Chapter 885. No. Jian Lingzi, who had been pushed away, shouted, and his expression changed drastically. It's not like that. Jian Muzi also shouted with horror in his eyes. Jian Xiuzi also hurriedly explained. Venerable Shao, listen to me. We didn't want to offend them. Someone pushed them. The three swordsmen who bore the brunt of the attack were terrified. They were afraid that Xiaoyang would directly kill them. They were not fools. At this time, they naturally knew that someone had used them. Whether you were active or passive, those who offend the Blood Demon restaurant deserve to be killed. Xiaoyang said coldly. He did not attack the three swordsmen. Instead, he signaled to Human Venerable. The Human Highness let out a roar and unleashed his powerful cultivation of the Martial Highness realm as he yelled, "Back off!" Then he rushed toward the three swordsmen and grabbed them. A majestic suction force erupted and swept the three swordsmen, throwing them to the other side. Blood Demon was eager to see the world in chaos. Seeing Human Venerable make a move, he immediately shouted, "Venerable Shao has started the battle. If we don't fight, everyone will be killed. Follow me." As the Blood Demon shouted, he circulated his cultivation base and gave up on attacking Xiaoyang. The assassins and mercenaries behind him were bewitched. They also controlled their magic treasures and cast spells to attack Xiaoyang. "You're courting death." "How dare you!" Lan Jiaoye, Dragon Maiden, and Gu Qianqian shouted and began to circulate their cultivation to fight. The bloodthirsty ice worm and the fiery bird perched on Xiaoyang's shoulder and cooed, ready to fight at any time. The dozen or so members of the human sect brought by Human Venerable also entered the battle state at this moment. A great battle was about to break out. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and looked at Blood Demon. Although Blood Demon was shouting the fiercest, he was now quietly retreating and preparing to escape. Defense law. With a thought from Xiaoyang, a defensive force descended from the void and firmly guarded his hand. The skill attacks launched by Blood Demon Master and the others automatically disintegrated when they came within 10 feet of him. Xiaoyang smiled coldly. He formed a seal with both hands and pointed towards the distance. The laws of teleportation. A teleportation force broke out in an instant, affecting the Blood Demon instantly. The next moment, the Blood Demon appeared in front of Xiaoyang with an awe sound. "You instigated them to provoke the Blood Demon restaurant. You deserve to die 10,000 times." Xiaoyang was ruthless and merciless. As the cultivation base gushed out from his palm, the Blood Demon instantly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. During this period, many assassins and mercenaries approached Xiaoyang, but anyone who approached Xiaoyang was killed by Xiaoyang's law of strength and law of attack. The two sides were simply not on the same level. Xiaoyang's surroundings were already covered in a bloody mist. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, making people feel nauseous. As the Blood Demon Master and most of the others died, some people gradually woke up. They were scared awake. Stop fighting. We were deceived by the Blood Demon Master." Someone shouted loudly. The three swordsmen had also been badly beaten up and were heavily injured. Originally, they could have been comparable to Wu Zun if they joined forces. But the problem was that the Blood Demon Master had secretly attacked them, causing them to lose the initiative and advantage. They were beaten up by the Human Venerable. They had long wanted to withdraw from this battle, but the Human Venerable's attacks were so fierce that they didn't even have a chance to speak. This time, someone reminded them, and they were very grateful. As most of them stopped, the Human Venerable also stopped. The three swordsmen finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We were deceived by the Blood Demon Master. We will leave the Arctic town now and never come back." The three swordsmen hurriedly denied responsibility. Originally, they just wanted to find Dan Chenzi and snatch his cultivation resources. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. The gains didn't make up for the losses. The Blood Demon restaurant was too difficult to chew. Not only did they have Xiao Yang, an unfathomable expert, but they also had the help of the human sect. Anyone with a little wisdom could see that Venerable Xiao must have formed an alliance with the human sect. Yes, we were all deceived by the Blood Demon Master. I hope Venerable Xiao can understand. Many people also shouted. Xiao Yang chuckled and withdrew his cultivation. He coldly stared at them and calmly said, "It's precisely because I know you've been tricked that I didn't kill you. However, you've offended my Blood Demon restaurant, so you'll have to think carefully about how you want to apologize. This is my 100,000 spirit stones. I'm willing to give them to Venerable Xiao. I hope you don't think it's too little." Immediately, someone gave a gift. The 3 swordsmen were no exception. They took out 300,000 spirit stones and gave them away. Their faces were bitter, and their hearts were bleeding. Originally, they came here to ask for some benefits from Danwu, but they went for wool and came home shorn. They decided not to come to the North Pole town in the future. If they saw Venerable Xiao in the future, they would quickly hide. After these people who came to cause trouble gave the spirit stones, they immediately left. They ran very fast, afraid that they would be left behind if they were too slow. Xiao Yang and the others had gained a lot. They had more than 1,000,000 spirit stones. Venerable Rin, take them and take 500,000 spirit stones. Then go to the mountain Xian. Xiao Yang instructed Venerable Rin. Venerable Ren was naturally not polite. He had accumulated more than 1,000,000 spirit stones for most of his life. Last time, they were all plundered by Xiao Yang. Now, seeing so many spirit stones, his eyes were wide open. "Thank you, Master." He hurriedly cupped his fists to Xiao Yang and took the 500,000 spirit stones happily. "Thank you, Master." The dozen or so experts brought by Venerable Rin also cupped their fists to express their gratitude. They also had a share of the 500,000 spirit stones. When they returned to the Blood Demon Inn, many people were already waiting in neat rows. The leader was Shan Qinzi. "Venerable Xiao, thank you for your help. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." Shan Qinzi's face was full of gratitude. If not for the Blood Demon in protecting him, he would have been dismembered by the 3 swordsmen. Behind Shan Qinzi, more than 20 people bowed to Xiao Yang and said, "Thank you, benefactor." They were all people who were persecuted and bullied. They hid here to seek refuge. Now that the assassins, mercenaries, and people from various organizations had retreated, they were safe. "Benefactor, that Blood Demon Lord is from the Blood Demon sect. You have to be careful." Shan Qinzi reminded Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang expressed his gratitude one by one. In a casino of the Blood Demon sect, the higher-ups of the Blood Demon sect and the Mountain Sea sect met here. The Mountain Venerable frowned and said worriedly, "We have to make plans as soon as possible. If Venerable Xiao knows that we sent people to cause trouble, he will definitely investigate." The Blood Venerable sighed and said, "The human sect has already submitted to Venerable Xiao. We are under a lot of pressure." Chapter 886. The Hill Master scanned the crowd and said, "Instead of waiting for him to come after us, why don't we take the initiative to attack?" Kaiser Blood nodded and agreed. That's right. Now that the 2 sects had joined forces, there were 6 Wu Zun in total, and 2 of them were Stage 2 Wu Zun experts. Even Xiao Yang might not be able to handle them. That was why they dared to provoke Venerable Xiao. Previously, they had lost their territories and businesses to Xiao Yang, so they felt indignant and wanted to take back their territories. Therefore, they had sent the Blood Demon Lord and the 3 swordsmen to attack Xiao Yang and the others. Now, not only did they fail to make things difficult for Xiao Yang, they were also worried that Xiao Yang would target them. Then it's decided. Kaiser Blood made the final decision. "I'll send the invitation myself." The Hill Master said, since the 2 sides had started working together, they should show some sincerity. Kaiser Blood wanted to persuade him, but the Hill Master stopped him and said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The invitation card was quickly written, and the mountain chieftain took it and left the place. After the hill master left, Kaiser Blood said to the rest, "Let's not idle around. Let's go to the Joy Inn and set up a trap." The Joy Inn was one of Kaiser Blood's businesses, so he could set up some formations there and gather the experts of the two sections. When the time came, everyone would lie in ambush. Even if Xiaoyang had 3 heads and 2 arms, he wouldn't be able to handle it. After the hill master left the casino, he went straight to the Blood Demon Inn. "I'm looking for Venerable Xiao." When he arrived at the entrance of the Blood Demon restaurant, he spoke to the waiter standing at the entrance. The waiter was a member of the Blood Demon sect, so he naturally knew the famous hill master. He immediately replied, "I'll go now." He knew that he couldn't neglect such a person and had to give him enough face. Not long after, Dragoness walked out and saw the mountain master from afar. Back at the Mountain Sea Inn they had seen him. Dragon Lady, Xiaoyang, and the others had taken the Mountain Sea Inn from him. They just didn't know why he was here. Mountain Chieftain. Dragoness greeted him with a smile. "I wonder if Mountain Chieftain is here to stay? Or do you want to eat?" Dragoness laughed. The Mountain Master chuckled and looked at Dragoness. He said in a friendly manner, "I'm here to look for Venerable Xiao. If you have anything to say, you can tell me." "Venerable Xiao is busy cultivating," Dragoness replied. The mountain leader hesitated for a moment before taking out an invitation. He handed it to Dragon Lady and explained, "It's like this. We think we should get to know revered Xiao, so we invited him to be our guest. This is the invitation. Please deliver it to him." Dragon Lady looked surprised. She knew that nothing good was going to happen when she saw the invitation. But now that the other party had delivered himself to their doorstep, they couldn't possibly refuse. That would cause them to lose their prestige. "Okay, I will inform you. As for when to go, it will depend on when young master comes out of seclusion." Dragon Lady accepted the invitation. She didn't say anything definite and left some leeway. As the saying goes, one doesn't visit a temple without a reason. The other party must have come prepared. She accepted the invitation. She could also convince Xiaoyang not to attend the banquet at Hongmen. After the mountain chieftain left, Dragon Lady told Lan Jiaya and Gu Qianshan about the invitation. "What? This group of old foxes is actually playing this trick." Lan Jiaoya's delicate face was filled with anger. She slammed the table and shouted. Gu Qianshan also had an angry expression. "Look, why don't we not let young master know? What do you think?" Dragon Lady asked. The 3 of them agreed that this was definitely a banquet at Hongmen. Once they went, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. "How about this? I will disguise myself and go on behalf of my cousin. Let's see what tricks they are playing." Lan Jiaya frowned and said. Gu Qianshan and Dragon Lady hurriedly shook their heads. This level of matter was no longer something they could interfere with. Even the mountain chieftain had personally appeared. There must be thousands of troops waiting for Xiaoyang. Whoever went would die. Let's wait a little longer. Anyway, young master hasn't come out of seclusion. I didn't say anything definite. Why don't I just say that young master is in seclusion? Dragon Lady raised her proud little head and said proudly, "Xiaoyang was cultivating. Ever since he reached the middle stream realm, he hadn't been cultivating seriously. If he wasn't bothered by one thing, then he would be distracted by another. Now that the 2 places had stabilized and he had the help of the human sect, he could finally rest assured and enter seclusion. In the secret room, Xiaoyang's entire body was bathed in the flames of nihility. It was as if his body was on fire. Beside him, Flamingo was spitting out flames of nihility, burning Xiaoyang nonstop. Xiaoyang's cultivation method was different from ordinary people. He mainly relied on poison to increase his cultivation. Therefore, he called Flamingo over and used his flames of nihility to cultivate. In addition, the bloodthirsty iceworm was also purifying the poison not far away. Ever since he took over the 2 businesses, and obtain the loyalty of the human sect. Xiaoyang had obtained a huge amount of poison. These poisons were extremely precious. There was almost no trace of these poisons in the lower stream realm. After Xiaoyang collected these poisons, he gave them all to the bloodthirsty iceworm, allowing it to continuously purify the poison. The bloodthirsty iceworm relied on purifying poison to cultivate. With this huge amount of poison for it to purify, its cultivation base slowly broke through. Xiaoyang had been burned by the flames of nihility for an entire day. The flames of nihility weren't flames, but a type of violent poison. If an ordinary Wu Zun came into contact with it, he would probably be poisoned to death. However, Xiaoyang relied on refining poison to increase his cultivation base. An entire day passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyang's cultivation aura became berserk once again. He vaguely felt like he was about to break through. He released his mind and said to Flamingo, "All right, you're tired. Go down." Flamingo withdrew the flames of nihility. It had worked hard nonstop for an entire day and was so tired that it almost collapsed. However, the benefits were obvious. Its cultivation base had also improved a lot. As long as it had an opportunity, it could step into Wu Zun's level. Bloodthirsty iceworm, come. Xiaoyang contacted the bloodthirsty iceworm. The bloodthirsty iceworm screeched and flew in front of Xiaoyang. It opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of purified poison. These poisons instantly invaded Xiaoyang's body. Even if Xiaoyang's body was a rank 3 powerhouse like Wu Zun, he still couldn't withstand these violent and tyrannical poisons. Visible to the naked eye, Xiaoyang's body was emitting black smoke. There was also a sizzling sound of the poison corroding his body. His face was sometimes pale and sometimes ashen. It was a terrifying sight. Xiaoyang endured the pain and allowed the poison to invade his body. As long as he suffered more damage from the poison, his body would become stronger and his cultivation base would become stronger. Chapter 887. Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and persevered. His face revealed a pained expression. Being tortured by the poison was the most unbearable. When he reached the limit of his physical body, he suddenly activated the poison vein in his body. He crazily absorbed the poison and swallowed it like a whale. The purified poison was even more tyrannical and intense. The heaven-devouring poison tyrant technique was circulated to the extreme. The heaven-devouring poison technique was also circulating rapidly. The two techniques were circulating together. His body was like a machine that was constantly being purified and gradually becoming stronger. This cultivation process continued for an entire day until the evening of the second day. Only then did he finish absorbing the massive amount of poison. Xiaoyang exhaled and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, he had successfully broken through to the 3rd rank of Wu Zun. His physical body had also become pure. It was equivalent to 2 Wu Zun in terms of physical body and cultivation. Clenching his fist, he felt like he could break the sky. "Okay, bloodthirsty iceworm, let's come out." Xiaoyang stood up with satisfaction and walked out of the secret room with the bloodthirsty iceworm. "Cousin, you're out." "Big brother Xiaoyang, your cultivation has improved again." Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were very happy to see Xiaoyang come out. They walked in front of Xiaoyang and looked at Xiaoyang happily. Their beautiful eyes stopped on Xiaoyang. "Young master." Long Nu also walked over. She looked a little excited and her face was a little red. You should go and cultivate more. I think that Cultivation Valley is not bad. Although it's a little expensive, we don't lack spirit stones now. If you have nothing to do, go and cultivate. As long as you raise your cultivation, you can go further." Xiaoyang nodded his head and gave them some instructions. Then he asked them, "Did anything happen recently?" Long Nu wanted to say something, but stopped. She didn't know if she should tell Xiaoyang about the invitation. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were also hesitating. Looking at their expressions, Xiao Yang knew that something had happened. He said angrily, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you need to hide it from me?" Dragoness had no choice but to tell the truth. 2 days ago, the mountain chieftain personally came to deliver an invitation card to invite you to the Joyous Tavern for a banquet. I think they definitely don't have good intentions. Why don't we not go? I rejected them earlier, saying that young master was in seclusion. That's right. Those old foxes definitely don't have good intentions. It's obvious that it's a Hongmen banquet. Cousin, you'd better not go. Lan Jiaoye supported Dragon Lady's words. Since he knew it was dangerous, why would he take the risk? Gu Qianqian explained. Dragon Lady said you were in seclusion. Even if you want to go, you can wait for a while. There's no rush. Xiao Yang naturally knew that they were concerned. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't be in danger. In the entire North Pole town, no one is my opponent." After he broke through his cultivation, he reached the 3rd level of Wuzun. Even if the Jigo sects 3,000 extreme, 3,000 desolation, and 3,000 flow work together, they might not be his opponent. So his confidence suddenly rose. Since Big Brother Xiao Yang wants to go, then bring Venerable Ren with you. The more people, the better. Gu Qianqian knew that she couldn't persuade Xiao Yang. She could only let Xiao Yang bring people. Xiao Yang shook his head and refused. "I'll go alone. If I bring people, others will think that we're afraid of them. During this time, leave the business to me. You guys go to the cultivation valley and cultivate. Try to improve your cultivation." Xiao Yang instructed them. Seeing that they were unwilling, Xiao Yang ignored them. His gaze landed on the bloodthirsty iceworm and Flamingo as he said, "You two go too." Flamingo and bloodthirsty iceworm cried out a few times, expressing that they wanted to go to the banquet with Xiao Yang. However, they were rejected by Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's pace was too fast. They couldn't catch up. Once the distance was increased, Xiao Yang could only arrange for them to stay behind. Xiao Yang's goal wasn't the North Pole town, nor was it the middle or upper realm. It was the Venerable Realm. "Okay, let's go to the cultivation valley." Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian were helpless and could only listen. They also knew that they were too far behind Xiao Yang. If they didn't catch up, they might lose him. If they had already attained the rank of a martial honor, they would not have been so passive in the matter of the invitation cards. It was their fault for not being strong enough. After they left, Xiao Yang opened the invitation that the Dragon Lady had given him. He glanced at it and then closed it. "Then I'll go and play with you," Xiao Yang said faintly. Then he walked out of the Blood Demon restaurant and headed in the direction of Joyin. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw the human sect master and Honorable Surin walking over. "Master." The two of them cupped their fists and bowed to Xiao Yang. "Why are you here?" Xiao Yang asked with a smile. Honorable Sir Run glanced at the human sect master. The latter smiled bitterly and said to Xiao Yang, "Master, we've received news that the Mountain and Sea sect and the Blood Demon sect have formed an alliance. They've gathered a large number of people from the sect and are lying in ambush at Joyin. I know that they've invited you to a banquet. Once you go, you'll be in trouble. Therefore, I hope that you'll calm down and not be rash." Honorable Sir added, "Yes, Master. The Mountain and Sea sect and the Blood Demon sect have 6 Wuzun. Now's not the time to go head-on. Please reconsider. You know nothing about your master." Xiao Yang said domineeringly. After he had advanced to rank 3 Wuzun, his strength had doubled and he could defeat any almighty in the North Pole town. If Honorable Surin and the human sect master knew how powerful Xiao Yang was, they wouldn't have tried to dissuade Xiao Yang. "Forget it. If you're worried, you can follow me. However, no matter what happens, you can't take action. Just watch." Xiao Yang instructed. He knew that the two of them cared about him. As the saying went, one doesn't hit a smiling person. Naturally, he wouldn't embarrass them. Xiao Yang only decided to bring them along because they insisted on dissuading him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given up. After all, they had Wu Zun's cultivation. If anything happened, although they couldn't kill the enemy, they could definitely protect themselves. Yes, master. Honorable Sir Rin and the human sect master looked at each other with smiles in their eyes and relaxed expressions. Although they couldn't dissuade Xiaoyang, it was already an unexpected gain for them to be able to follow Xiaoyang to the banquet. At least, one more person meant one more person to take care of him. The three of them set out and headed to Joyin. After half a cup of tea's time, they arrived at the entrance of Joyin. Joyin was the property of the Blood Demon sect. When they appeared nearby, they were already noticed by the Blood Demon sect members. They quickly reported it. Chapter 888. The Mountain Master, Kaiser Blood, Ocean Master, Red Master, Mountain Master, and Blood Master were sitting on the second floor of Joyin. When they heard the report from their subordinates, they were all excited. He's here. Blood Master muttered. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Every moment felt like a year. Finally, Xiaoyang was here. Ever since Lord Blood Demon had fallen in Xiaoyang's hands, they had been worried about Xiaoyang's revenge all the time. Therefore, they decided to attack Xiaoyang first. The feast at Hongmen was their plan to deal with Xiaoyang. They had made many arrangements in Joyin to ensure that Xiaoyang would not be able to return. You must be honored, Xiao. Kaiser Blood has been waiting for you for a long time. Please. Outside the entrance of the Joyin, the waiter greeted Xiaoyang enthusiastically, ignoring the human sect master and Honorable Rin. As a member of Blood Demon Church, he would definitely know the famous human sect master and honored sir. However, he ignored them on purpose. It was obvious that he was not pure. Honored sir and human sect master did not need his invitation. When they saw that Xiaoyang was about to enter Joyin, they followed him in. However, when they were about to enter, they were stopped by the waiter. Sir, I'm sorry. Joyin has been booked today. Please choose another inn. The waiter smiled and said, What a joke! This time the Mountain and Sea sect and the Blood Demon sect had joined hands to deal with Xiaoyang. How could they allow the human sect leader and the human sovereign to interfere? No matter what, he had to stop the two of them from entering. It would be best if he could drive them away. You get lost. You're just a waiter. Do you think you can stop me? Honored Sir was enraged. His eyes were filled with anger as he glared at the waiter. The waiter panicked. He knew how powerful the human sect's patriarch was, so he didn't dare to be careless. However, he also knew that Kaiser Blood's plan was more important. He gritted his teeth and said, Sir, I don't know any human sect's patriarch. The whole place has been booked. If you're willing to leave, I can give you 100,000 spiritual stones as an apology. This was equivalent to bribing the sect leader of the human sect. The news of human sect master being friends with Xiaoyang had already spread throughout the entire North Pole town. The Mountain Master, Kaiser Blood, and the others had expected this day to come, so they had already made arrangements. For example, the 100,000 spiritual stones were given to them in advance. Impudent! This sect master is not someone who can be bought over with a mere 100,000 spirit stones. The sect master of human sect was furious. As the leader of one of the 12 great sects, he had as many spirit stones as he wanted. How could he care less about 100,000 spirit stones? It was obvious that the Mountain Master and Kaiser Blood were trying to humiliate him. Think about it. How could a lowly waiter have 100,000 spirit stones? He must have been authorized by the higher-ups. The human honorable sir was also furious. He snorted and said, You're courting death. Do you believe that I won't crush you to death? Get lost. Although he was loyal to Xiaoyang, the sect leader of human sect was still his big brother. If someone wanted to use 100,000 spirit stones to get rid of the sect leader of human sect, it would mean that they were looking down on him. Of course, he would not tolerate it. Hey, sir, let's talk nicely. I made a mistake just now. It's 1,000,000 spirit stones. If the two of you can leave, we're willing to pay 1,000,000 spirit stones as compensation. If the two of you want to stay here, it'll be free of charge. The waiter said hurriedly. If the two of them had not given their soul blood to Xiaoyang, they would have definitely chosen to run away. However, the problem was that their soul blood had already been controlled by Xiaoyang. At this critical moment, they did not dare to abandon Xiaoyang. If they angered Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang would crush their soul blood and they would not even know how they died. Get lost. The sect leader of Human Sect and the Human Honorable Sir roared angrily and released Wu Zun's cultivation. The waiter could not withstand such a huge pressure at all. He was sent flying by the invisible airwave and spat out blood. Master, we'll go in with you. The sect leader of Human Sect and the Human Honorable Sir hurriedly followed Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was already halfway into the Joy Inn. When he heard the commotion behind him, he turned around and saw the waiter being sent flying. He could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. In fact, the sect leader of Human Sect and the Human Honorable Sir were not involved in the overall situation. Whether they came or not, they could not change the outcome. Xiaoyang did not need anyone's help to deal with whoever he wanted. He could deal with them alone. Before Xiaoyang could say anything, two figures walked out of the inn. They were the sect leader and Kaiser Blood. Sect leader of Human Sect, Human Honorable Sir, what's wrong? Are you here to cause trouble? The two sect leaders stared at the sect leader of Human Sect and the Human Honorable Sir with hostility. The sect leader of Human Sect said angrily, "Don't think that no one knows about your evil intentions. You're trying to harm people. Do you think we're blind?" The Human Honorable Sir also raised his head proudly and stared at Kaiser Blood and the sect leader with hostility. Kaiser Blood and the sect leader looked at each other and frowned. They looked hesitant. Their plan this time was mainly to target Xiaoyang. If the sect leader of Human Sect and the Human Honorable Sir interfered, their plan would probably fail. The sect leader suppressed his anger and stared at the sect leader of Human Sect unhappily. He said, "Sect leader of Human Sect, give me some face. Here are 2,000,000 spiritual stones in exchange for half a day's time. Can you go to the inn opposite and rest?" No way. The sect leader of Human Sect wanted to reject the offer, but was stopped by Xiaoyang's gaze. Xiaoyang said, "Sect leader, Kaiser Blood, since you're so sincere, I have no reason to reject you." Then he looked at the sect leader of Human Sect and said, "Sect leader of Human Sect, take the spiritual stones and go." The sect leader of Human Sect panicked. He was there to save the day and help Xiaoyang eliminate the danger. He wanted to help Xiaoyang, but Xiaoyang kept chasing him away. The sect leader of Human Sect felt helpless. Haha, Honorable Sir Xiao is indeed forthright. Seeing that the sect leader of Human Sect did not reject the offer, the sect leader knew that Xiaoyang's words were effective. Therefore, he flattered Xiaoyang, but secretly cursed Xiaoyang for being an idiot. After all, he had such a powerful helper. What else could he be but an idiot? Kaiser Blood placed the 2,000,000 spiritual stones in his storage ring and sent the storage ring to the sect leader of Human Sect through his cultivation. Under Xiaoyang's intense gaze, the sect leader of Human Sect had no choice but to accept the storage ring. Seeing that the sect leader of Human Sect was unwilling to give up, Xiaoyang snorted and reprimanded him with a cold expression. "When you came here, I told you to just watch. Don't do anything. Who asked you to do anything? Get lost now." The sect leader of Human Sect sighed. His face was filled with exasperation. After taking the 2,000,000 spiritual stones, he left in a fit of pique and headed towards the other party's inn. Chapter 889. Master, I'm still here. I won't leave. Human Sovereign sensed Xiaoyang's gaze and hurriedly called out. He understood what Xiaoyang meant. He wanted to get as many benefits as he could from the Hill Master and Kaiser Blood. Since the two sect leaders were ready to deal with Xiaoyang would not let them off easily. The Mountain Master and Kaiser Blood both heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the sect leader of human sect leave. Smiles appeared on their faces. However, when they heard human sovereigns shout, their faces fell and their expressions turned ugly. Although Honorable Rin was not as threatening as the sect leader of the human sect, he was still a threat. Honorable Rin, here are 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Go and accompany your sect leader. Don't let him be lonely. Kaiser Blood took out 1,000,000 spiritual stones and handed them to Honorable Rin. Honorable Rin was reluctant. He pretended to be righteous and said, "You want to buy me over with just 1,000,000 spiritual stones? Let me tell you, I'm a man of integrity." The Hill Master sneered. He did not believe Honorable Ren at all. Even the sect leader of the human sect was bought over by spiritual stones. How could he be so courageous? He must be thinking that the spiritual stones were too little. Kaiser Blood knew what Renzun meant. He took out another 500,000 spiritual stones and handed it to Renzun. "Renzun, this is for your tea, please." Kaiser Blood said with a pained expression on his face, "That's more like it." The human sovereign accepted it happily. He harumphed twice before he turned around and left to chase after the human sect leader. As for his pride, he had already thrown it to the back of his mind. The Hill Master, Kaiser Blood, Mountain Honorable, and Blood Honorable watched the two of them leave. They felt bad that they had been cheated out of 3,000,000 spiritual stones. However, in order to better deal with Xiaoyang, everything was worth it. After dealing with Xiaoyang, they would work together to deal with the human sect. They would definitely make the human sect pay double the spiritual stones. Thinking of this, they felt much better. "Honorable Xiao, this way please. Let's go upstairs." Kaiser Blood smiled and invited Xiaoyang with sincerity. Now that Xiaoyang didn't have anyone to help him, wouldn't they have the final say when Xiaoyang reached the second floor? "Honorable Xiao, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've become more elegant. I've always wanted to invite you to a banquet, but I never had the chance." The Hill Master led the way and explained. Xiaoyang followed them to the second floor of the Joyous Inn. There was a banquet in the middle of the room, and the food had already been prepared. "Have a seat, Venerable Xiao. This is a token of our goodwill. I hope you don't mind." The mountain chieftain invited. He then looked at Honorable Red. His eyes could see. Honorable Red knew what the look meant. They had been discussing how to deal with Xiaoyang for a few days. They had made meticulous plans for today's banquet. After Xiaoyang sat down, Honorable Red picked up a small wine pot and poured wine for Xiaoyang. She said, "Honorable Xiao, this is monkey wine. It's a specialty of the North Pole town. I don't know if you've tasted it before. Have a taste." The small wine cup was filled with wine. Xiaoyang picked up the small wine cup and took a sip. He then closed his eyes and enjoyed it for a while. Only then did he put down the small wine cup and said, "Good wine." The Hill Master, Kaiser Blood, Honorable Mountain, and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Xiaoyang drink. It was as if they could finally let go of something. "Since Honorable Xiao likes it so much, you should drink more." Honorable Red smiled and continued to fill Xiaoyang's cup. Xiaoyang drank and ate at the same time. He didn't forget to ask them to start eating. He saw the layout of the banquet the moment he landed. Whether it was the specially made chair, the plants in front of the window, or the wine and food, they were all part of a set. In other words, they were all connected. Individually, they didn't look special or harmful. However, once they were used together, they would produce poison. This must be one of the Hill Masters and Kaiser Blood's killer moves. They planned to use poison to kill Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh as he ate happily. If there was one thing Xiaoyang wasn't afraid of, it would be poison. If there was one thing he liked the most, it would be poison. His cultivation was closely related to poison. The stronger the poison, the greater the quantity, the faster his cultivation speed. He was eager to collect more poison, but he didn't expect the Hill Master, Kaiser Blood, and the others to deliver it to him. Therefore, Xiaoyang kept on eating. The more he ate, the more the poison became, and the more intense it was. He would perfect his nomological laws even more, and his cultivation level would increase further. On the other hand, the Hill Master, Kaiser Blood, and the others would eat occasionally but only in small amounts. They were the ones who set this up, so they knew the dangers and wouldn't take the risk. When Xiaoyang was full, the Hill Master, Kaiser Blood, and the others laughed. In their opinion, Xiaoyang must have been deeply poisoned. When they looked at Xiaoyang, they saw that Xiaoyang's face had turned green. Black smoke was coming out of his body. It was a sign of poisoning. Kaiser Blood and the Hill Master didn't hide it anymore. They revealed their ugly faces and said, "Venerable Xiao, to be honest, we invited you here because of the Mountain Sea Inn and the Blood Demon Restaurant." The Hill Master continued, "You've occupied them for a long time. It's time for you to hand them over." Kaiser Blood squinted his eyes. He stared at Xiaoyang and said, "Apart from that, you have to compensate us for our losses during this period of time." The Hill Master, Kaiser Blood, and the other venerables laughed and looked at Xiaoyang happily. In their opinion, Xiaoyang was poisoned and couldn't fight back. Under the joint attack of the 6 Wu Zun, he could only wait to be captured. "What if I say no?" Xiaoyang chuckled softly as he spoke. He knew he was poisoned, but he did it on purpose. He wanted to use this rare poison to improve his cultivation. He operated the heaven-devouring poison tyrant secret art, stimulated the poison vein in his body, and constantly absorbed these toxins. The more toxins he absorbed, the purer his cultivation became. "Haha, Venerable Xiao, we thought too highly of you. Don't you know the situation you're in? Do you still have the right to say no to us?" The Hill Master laughed. Kaiser Blood was the same. He smiled coldly at Xiaoyang and said indifferently, "Xiaoyang, we gave you face, so we called you Xiaoyang. If we didn't give you face, you wouldn't even be worth a fart." The Mountain Venerable also mocked, "Venerable Xiao, be straightforward. As long as you agree to give up 2 properties and leave the North Pole town, we can let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Chapter 890. The Blood Lord looked at Xiaoyang in disdain and said, "I thought you were smart and witty, but I didn't expect you to be just a boorish man. Anyone who is smart would not fall for such an obvious trick." Moreover, Xiaoyang had chased away the human sect master and honorable Sir Human. What a foolish act! In the eyes of the Blood Lord, such stupidity was incurable. "Honorable Xiao, accept reality. There is no medicine for regret in this world. You have no other choice." The Ocean Lord smiled proudly. Xiaoyang didn't care about their mockery at all. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a confident expression. He calmly said, "Isn't it just a little poison? Is it worth being so proud of?" The faces of the Hill Master, Kaiser Blood, and the others changed. There were not many people who could see through their plan and poison. Xiaoyang chuckled and explained, "This poison is called the 7 combination poison. This poison doesn't exist in the lower stream realm. As the name suggests, the 7 combination poison is a poison that can only be formed when 7 different ingredients are mixed together. This poison is almost invincible in the middle stream realm. Is this the basis of your arrogance?" The more he spoke, the more disdainful he became. Although the poison was overbearing and strong, it depended on who it was used on. For a special person like Xiaoyang, it was not enough. Instead, it could help him. The Hill Master, Kaiser Blood, and the others listened to Xiaoyang's explanation, and their faces darkened. They did not expect Xiaoyang to see through their poison plan. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Both sides had fallen out. It was either you die or I live. Xiaoyang blinked and mocked. "What? I saw through your plan, and now you want to fall out with me? Look at your faces. They're so ugly. Honorable Xiao, don't pretend that you don't care. So what if you saw through it? You are still poisoned. Kaiser Blood roared at Xiaoyang fiercely. However, he did not take the opportunity to attack Xiaoyang as he was afraid. He could not see through Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang knew about the plan, and yet he still joined in. He could not understand. Xiaoyang must have something to rely on. Otherwise, Xiaoyang was bluffing. Is that so? Do you dare to attack me? Xiaoyang laughed. He was even more proud of Kaiser Blood's roar. Kaiser Blood was speechless. You poisoned me, and even tried to steal my property. You're trying to kill me. Xiaoyang sighed. Humph. Revered Xiao, cut the crap. It has always been the case where the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. I will give you a chance to make your move. The hill master's face was cold as he stared at Xiaoyang. He did not believe that Xiaoyang still had the ability to fight back. Those who were poisoned by the 7 compounding poison would lose all their cultivation and become meat on the chopping block. I've never bullied anyone first. Feel free to do as you wish. Xiaoyang said pretentiously. In fact, Xiaoyang would definitely attack, regardless of whether they attacked first. Putting aside the previous incident where they sent the Blood Devil, just the fact that they tried to poison Xiaoyang this time was enough to make Xiaoyang fight them to the death. Humph, pretentious. Kaiser Blood snorted. He did not believe that Su Mo had the ability to fight back. He glanced at the Blood Lord and said, Blood Lord, I'll leave this guy to you. Take him down, and you will be in charge of the Blood Demon restaurant in the future. The Blood Lord's eyes lit up. He was so excited that his body was trembling. This was a good opportunity to make a contribution. Once he took back the Blood Demon restaurant, he would be a great contributor to the Blood Demon Church. He could even own the Blood Demon restaurant, and he would not lack cultivation resources in the future. Moreover, Xiaoyang had obviously been poisoned. How could he still have the ability to fight back? It would be a waste if he did not take this opportunity to make a contribution. Honorable Xiao, don't blame me. The Blood Lord sneered and activated his cultivation. He clenched his fist and attacked Xiaoyang. Even a Wu Zun would not dare to take his fist head-on. Defense rule. Strength rule. Xiaoyang was not bothered by the Blood Lord's attack. He muttered softly and released his cultivation. With a thought, he triggered the 2 rules. The Blood Lord's attack disintegrated automatically when it reached Xiaoyang. Instead, he was hit by the strength rule around Xiaoyang. Bang! A boundless force hit the Blood Lord's body and sent a Wu Zun flying more than 10 feet away. The Blood Lord spat out blood. His body smashed 3 tables, and he fainted on the wooden floor. Xiaoyang blinked his eyes and glanced at the half-dead Blood Lord with a smile. He said faintly, Who else wants to try? Honorable Mountain, Honorable Sea, and Honorable Hong were silent. They looked solemn. They did not expect Xiaoyang to have such strong fighting power when he was poisoned. They were no match for him. Kaiser Blood and Mountain Master looked at Xiaoyang in shock. How is this possible? How could this be? The 2 sect masters were shocked and in disbelief. Xiaoyang had obviously been poisoned. How could he still activate his cultivation? Xiaoyang glanced at them and said proudly, Why, is this surprising to you? You are making a fuss over nothing. Now it's my turn to state my conditions. You wanted my life and my assets. I want your lives and your assets. Now I'm giving you a chance to strike. Xiaoyang said calmly and waited quietly. Mountain Master, Kaiser Blood, and the rest looked at each other. They looked nervous and their hearts were heavy. Clap, clap. Mountain Master clapped his hands and dozens of experts appeared. They were all level 8 and level 9 martial arts grandmasters. They were the middle-level experts of Mountain and Sea Sect and Blood Demon Sect. In order to deal with Xiaoyang, they had mobilized all the forces in their sect. Just them? Are you trying to send them to their deaths? Xiaoyang calmly swept his gaze over the people in front of him. In this battle, other than Kaiser Blood and Mountain Master, the rest could not withstand a single blow. Mountain Master and Kaiser Blood were embarrassed. At this moment, they understood that when a person was powerful to a certain extent, no matter how powerful they were, they could not do anything to him. The arrow on the bow had to be released. Now that things had developed to this extent, there was no way for them to make peace. Kill! Mountain Master roared and released a strong killing intent. Then he activated his cultivation and activated the attack and power precepts. He attacked Xiao Yang fiercely. Kaiser Blood did not hesitate. His eyes flashed, and he used the power of precepts to attack Xiao Yang. Even more members of the two great sects roared angrily, using their martial skills and magic treasures to attack crazily. Chapter 891. Your attacks are useless in front of me, Xiao Yang said indifferently. Wu Zun released his rank 3 cultivation and used the precepts of his physical body, defense and strength. His powerful, fleshly body was not afraid of any attacks. His defensive power was able to block 90% of the attacks from martial skills and magic treasures. As for the law of strength, it sent those with weaker cultivations flying. Quite a number of them were directly injured by the backlash. Xiao Yang blinked his eyes and glanced at the people who were screaming on the ground. He didn't care. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. His eyes fell back on the Hillmaster and Kaiser Blood. It's my turn to attack. Xiao Yang sneered. As he released his cultivation, the poison precepts were triggered. The entire second floor of the inn was filled with poison. The poison was even more potent than the 7 poisons. It was Xiao Yang's natal poison. Following the outbreak of the poison, those with weak cultivations were immediately corroded into a pool of blood by the poison. Even experts like Wu Zun could only grit their teeth and hold on after being poisoned. They would not be able to hold on for long. Hill Master, Sea Master, and Red Master's bodies began to emit black smoke. Their clothes were torn. That was because the poison was eating away at them. The Hill Master and Kaiser Blood could hold on for longer, but their situation was not optimistic. At this moment, the situation was critical. It was a moment of life and death. Lightning precepts. Xiao Yang looked at the poison people and pointed with one finger, triggering the lightning precepts. There were no dark clouds or strong winds in the void, but suddenly 2 bolts of lightning appeared. Xiao Yang held the 2 bolts of lightning like whips, shining brightly. Xiao Yang controlled the whips, and with a snap, they lashed towards the Hill Master and Kaiser Blood. The 2 who were resisting the poison were attacked by the lightning. Their bodies trembled and their hair stood on end. White smoke rose from them. Puff! They couldn't withstand the attacks of the laws of poison and the laws of lightning. After a muffled groan, they spat out blood and collapsed to the ground, looking at Xiao Yang with fear in their eyes. At this moment, they finally understood how terrifying Xiao Yang was. He was simply an invincible existence. The power of law Xiao Yang grasped was incomparably powerful, and he was more proficient in using it than anyone else. It was not something they could compare to. Now I'll give you a chance to live. Submit to me and be loyal to me. Xiao Yang said indifferently as he stared at them coldly. If they refused, he would kill them without hesitation. His goal from the start was to conquer the Arctic town and make room for the poison sect. We submit. Kaiser Blood and the Mountain Lord looked at each other and said helplessly, who would be willing to die if they could live? In the chaotic Arctic town, it was common for the winner to be the king and the loser to be the bandit. So a little humiliation was nothing. As long as he didn't die, there would always be a day when he could rise above others. The Sea Lord, the Mountain Lord, the Red Lord, and the Blood Lord all expressed their allegiance. Even their leaders had chosen to be loyal to him. What other choice did they have? Very good. From now on, your businesses and income will belong to me. You'll have to listen to my instructions. When Xiao Yang saw that everyone had submitted, he took their soul blood and gave them orders with satisfaction. For now, you'll manage your businesses. If there are any problems you can't solve, you can report them to me. Xiao Yang stood up, tossed down these words, and leisurely left the place. So far, he had taken control of 3 great sects: the Mountain Sea sect, the Blood Demon sect, and the Human sect. He had become the strongest faction in the Arctic town. He had the most businesses, the most places, the most territory, the most manpower, and the most experts. Once he digested all these factions, no other faction in the entire Arctic town would be able to compete with him. As soon as Xiao Yang walked out of the Joyin, he saw the Human Sect's sect master and honored Sir Rin waiting for him not too far away. The Human Sect's sect master and honored Sir Rin had not left at all. They had been waiting for Xiao Yang, afraid that something had happened to Xiao Yang at the Joyin. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not see any great battle, so they did not rush to the Joyin. Who would have thought that Xiao Yang would be able to walk out of the Joy unscathed in just 1 hour? They wondered if they were overthinking it. Maybe the Hill Master and Kaiser Blood didn't have any bad intentions. "You're still here." Xiao Yang smiled and greeted them. "Master, you're out. Did they make things difficult for you? We'll take revenge for you." Honored Sir Rin shouted loudly, as if he was afraid that Xiao Yang would be wronged. Xiao Yang shook his head and said, "We'll be a family from now on. What's the point of fighting and killing?" Hearing this, not only honored Sir Rin, but even the Human Sect's sect master widened his eyes in disbelief. Heavens, he was only one person, and he used less than an hour to conquer 2 great sections. He was simply a monster. Thinking that Xiao Yang would have 2 sects under him, the Human Sect's sect master immediately became nervous. There would definitely be people who would compete with him in the future. He hurriedly went forward with a flattering smile and said, "Master, if you need anything, just tell me. I promise to get it done for you." He had no choice but to quickly express his loyalty and goodwill. Otherwise, the Mountain Master and Kaiser Blood would compete for his favor. Then he would have nothing to do. Xiao Yang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He glared at them and said, "If you have nothing to do, hurry up and serve the guests tea." Of course, they had endless things to do. Honored Sir Rin had to look after the Mountain Sea Inn, and the Human Sect's sect master had to manage the sect and its properties. However, they knew that Xiao Yang was going to the feast at Hongmen, so they took time out to accompany him. While Xiao Yang was reprimanding the 2, the 6 Wu Zun sects on the street came together. They led hundreds of subordinates who were all experts and could not be underestimated. The Human Sect's sect master and honored Sir Ren glanced at them and immediately recognized them. "They're from the Fire sect and the Ice sect. Why are they here?" Xiao Yang also narrowed his eyes. He could clearly feel the hostility of the 2 sections. "Charge! Capture the members of the Mountain Sea sect and the Blood Demon sect. Don't let any of them go. Pay attention to honored Sir Xiao. Try to capture him alive." The Fire sect's sect master and the Ice sect's sect master shouted loudly. They quickly flew over with their subordinates. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the Joy Inn. With a wave of their hands, they surrounded the entire Joy in an orderly manner. The waiter was just about to scold them when he was slapped away by the Fire sect's sect master. Then his subordinates took him down. "Kaiser Blood, Mountain Master, honored Sir Xiao, what are you waiting for?" The Fire sect's sect master roared. His voice was released through his cultivation. It was like a lion's roar. Almost everyone in the North Pole town could hear it. The reason why the 2 sects had joined hands was that they had heard that the Mountain and Sea sect and the Blood Demon sect had fallen out with Xiao Yang. Today was the feast at Hongmen, so they planned to benefit from it. Chapter 892. They rushed over to find Kaiser Blood, Mountain Master, and Venerable Xiao. In fact, Mountain Sea sect and Blood Demon sect had fallen out with Xiao Yang. But the problem was that the situation was under Xiao Yang's control. Mountain Master and Kaiser Blood were also subdued by Xiao Yang. In their minds, Xiaoyang and the two great sects should have suffered great losses. So they took advantage of the situation and reaped the benefits from the battle. But they were wrong. Many figures flew out of the inn. They were the Mountain Lord, Kaiser Blood, Mountain Lord, Red Lord, Sea Lord, Blood Lord, and the others from the two great sections. These people all had injuries on their bodies. Their appearances were miserable, and they seemed to be in a sorry state. They had fought with Xiaoyang and were beaten up by Xiaoyang. Many of them had died in Xiaoyang's hands, which made them look miserable. It was also because of Xiaoyang's valiant actions that they were shocked and subdued. The Snow Patriarch and the Fire Patriarch were extremely excited to see their defeated army fall into the eyes of the members of the Ice Snow sect and the Fire Patriarch. Their expressions were agitated, and their previous guesses were confirmed. Fire Master secretly communicated with Snow Master with his divine sense. He said excitedly, "See, they really fought with Venerable Xiao. Now that they are injured, it's the best time to teach them a lesson." Snow Master nodded and said with her divine sense, "That's right. It's a rare opportunity. We must take advantage of it to swallow the two sections. Honorable Ice, Honorable Snow, Honorable Lie, Honorable Flame, and the other members of the two great sects were overjoyed. Their eyes were brimming with excitement as they released their battle intent. "Snow Master, Fire Master, what are you doing? Are you here to cause trouble? Do you want to start a war?" Kaiser Blood frowned and stared at Snow Master and Fire Master. Mountain Master also looked unfriendly. He stared at the newcomers with hostility. "Huh." Fire Master couldn't help but laugh. He said arrogantly, "So what if we start a war? What can you shrimp soldiers and crab generals do to me? A bunch of defeated soldiers. I advise you to surrender so that you don't lose your lives." The Snow Mistress raised her head proudly, her cold eyes landing on Kaiser Blood and the Mountain Mistress. Kaiser Blood and the Mountain Master looked solemn. They hadn't expected the Fire Sect and the Ice Snow Sect to take advantage of the situation and rob them. Luckily, Xiaoyang didn't kill them, or else they wouldn't be able to fight against the two sections. Even if Xiaoyang did not kill them, their strength had been reduced by half. Their cultivation bases were suppressed, and they were wounded. They had also lost 1/3 of their peak experts and mid-tier sect members. With such a weakened state, there was no way they could defeat the blazing Fire Sect and Snow Sect. Perhaps the Fire Sect and the Ice Snow Sect had realized this as well, which was why they were so arrogant and domineering. "Fire Master, Snow Master, we have no enmity between us in the past. Why must you force us? Let me tell you, if you force us into a corner, we can also bite off a piece of meat from you." The Mountain Chieftain spoke ruthlessly. "Cut the crap. We didn't bring our subordinates here to listen to your bullshit. Submit or die." The Fire Master roared arrogantly and coldly gave his choice. After waiting for a while, Kaiser Blood and the Mountain Chieftain didn't say anything. The Snow Master waved her hand. Immediately, Ice Master, Snow Master, Lie Master, and Fire Master led their teams to surround the Mountain Chieftain, Kaiser Blood, and the others. They approached step by step, as if they were going to fight and capture them alive. Kaiser Blood, the Mountain Chieftain, Blood Master, and Red Master were furious. They restrained themselves and looked at Xiaoyang. They had expressed their loyalty to Xiaoyang on the second floor of the Joy Inn and even gave their soul blood to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was also a powerful genius. If he took action, the Fire Sect and the Ice Snow Sect wouldn't be a problem. Xiaoyang sensed the gazes of Kaiser Blood, the Mountain Chieftain, and Sea Master. He smiled embarrassedly and signaled to the Sect Master of Human Sect. The Sect Master of Human Sect understood and nodded to Honorable Rin. Honorable Rin laughed and looked at the battlefield that was about to erupt. He said with a smile, "Hey, hey, hey, isn't this Snow Master and Fire Master? You guys are so angry. As a bystander, I can't stand it." Honorable Rin. Snow Master frowned and noticed Honorable Rin. She was focused on dealing with Kaiser Blood, Mountain Chieftain, and the others. She had neglected this guy. The Fire Master frowned, showing his dissatisfaction. He said unhappily, "Human Sovereign, this is between us, the Mountain Sea Sect and the Blood Demon Sect. I hope you don't get involved. The Human Sect, and we have always minded our own business." He only wanted to chase Honorable Rin away so that the Human Sect wouldn't get involved. "Hey, Fire Master, what are you talking about? Why can't I participate? We are all from the North Pole town. We are family. Why do we have to fight?" Honorable Rin tried to persuade him. Fire Master's face turned gloomy and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This was the best chance to take over the Mountain Sea Sect and the Blood Demon Sect. He couldn't let the Human Sect ruin it. "Honorable Rin, you have to think carefully before you do anything. Every choice comes with a price," Fire Master said coldly. He then looked at Fire Master, who was beside him. Fire Master immediately brought his men over and was ready to attack Honorable Rin. At this moment, the sect leader of the Human Sect stood out and smiled. "Fire Master, how dare you? Why? Do you want to attack the Human Sect in front of me? The Human Sect is not to be trifled with." Sect leader of the Human Sect. The Snow Mistress sucked in a breath of cold air. Her delicate face was full of shock. She didn't expect such a simple plan to have so many changes. Even the sect leader of the Human Sect had appeared. Fire Master's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the sect leader of the Human Sect in shock. If the sects were involved in this matter, then things would become complicated and terrible. "Sect leader of the Human Sect, I didn't expect to see you here," Fire Master said slowly and continued, "Today we have a grudge with the Mountain Sea Sect and the Blood Demon Sect. I hope that the Human Sect won't interfere. Otherwise, there will be a bloodbath. I don't think you want to see that happen." The sect leader of the Human Sect chuckled and said calmly, "The Human Sect has been peaceful for too long. We have to find something exciting to do. We like to see a bloodbath." It seemed that the sect leader of the Human Sect was going to interfere. Fire Master's heart sank. He looked at Snow Master. Snow Master looked determined. This was a rare opportunity. If they missed it, they wouldn't know when they would get another chance. Therefore, they wouldn't give up. Fire Master understood what Snow Master meant. He narrowed his eyes and released a murderous aura. He glanced at Fire Master and smiled. "Sect leader of the Human Sect. Since that's the case, I'll play with you." Chapter 893. With that, the Fire Master waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to attack together. He was the first to unleash his Stage 2 Wu Zun cultivation, activating the attack and power precepts to attack Sect Leader Rin. Sect Leader Rin was not afraid. He quickly activated his cultivation and activated the attack and defense precepts to fight with the Fire Master. Honorable Human, Honorable Mountain, Honorable Red, and the rest attacked one after another. The battle between the two sides broke out instantly. Various shocking skills were used, creating loud booms. Powerful Dharma treasures appeared one after another and bombarded the surroundings, causing strong vibrations. Rays of powerful light flashed in front of them, creating terrifying shockwaves. There were 6 Wu Zun from the Fire Sect and the Ice Snow Sect against the 9 Wu Zun from the Human Sect, the Mountain Sea Sect, and the Blood Demon Sect. Although they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, their combat power was shocking. They forced the Hill Master and Kaiser Blood to retreat. This was because the Mountain Master, Kaiser Blood, and the others had fought with Xiaoyang before. As a result, they were severely injured. Now, they could only use 2/3 of their full strength. Fortunately, the Human Sect leader and Honorable Human helped them. Otherwise, they would have been defeated by the Fire Master and the Snow Master. After fighting for more than an hour, the Fire Master and the Snow Master still had the upper hand. However, they could not defeat Kaiser Blood, Hill Master, and the rest in a short time. This made them worried. They could only fight with a frown. The commotion had already alerted the entire North Pole town. After all, it was a battle between the 5 sections. Almost half of the top forces in the North Pole town were fighting. It was hard not to attract attention. If they continued to delay, the other sects would definitely interfere. By then, even the Fire Master and the Snow Master would not be able to escape unscathed. However, they were unwilling to leave now. It was all the damn human sect's fault. How could they interfere at this time? Their efforts were in vain. The Fire Master used his cultivation to attack the human sect's sect master as he tried to tempt him. Human sect master, as long as you retreat this time, the Fire sect and the Ice sect will owe you a favor. You can state your conditions. That's right. I, the Snow Master, agree with what the Fire Master said. The Snow Master agreed. They were all smart people. Continuing the stalemate would not benefit anyone. It would only allow the other sects to take advantage of the situation. Only by having the human sovereign and human sovereign withdraw from the battle would they be able to regain control of the situation. The human sect's sect master sneered and glanced at the Fire Master and the Snow Master in disdain. He did not take them seriously at all. The people from the Raging Fire sect and the Ice Snow sect had never seen how strong Xiaoyang was. If Xiaoyang were to attack, they would be beaten down in a matter of minutes. Human sect's sect master had already chosen to be loyal to Xiaoyang. Naturally, he could not betray him at this critical moment. He sneered and said, "Fire Master, Snow Master, don't waste your time. Now is the best time for you to leave. If you wait a little longer, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Sovereign Rin, you will regret this." Humph! Seeing that human sect's sect master could not be persuaded, the Fire Master was very angry. He sneered and threatened him angrily. In the subsequent battle, he used all his strength to try to force human sect's sect master to retreat. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. As hunters, the Fire Master and the Snow Master did not leave. They were still trying to deal with the Mountain Master, Kaiser Blood, and human sect's sect master. A few hundred feet away from the Joy Inn, the people from the various sects had already arrived. They had not taken action and were still observing the situation in front of them. Kaiser Blood roared at the Snow Master, and the others. "Are you fools? If you continue fighting, you will only benefit others in the end. Why are you still not leaving?" The Snow Master was silent. Her face was cold and her temperament was cold. She did not say a word. The Raging Fire sect and the Ice Snow sect were in a dilemma. They could neither retreat nor advance. After fighting for another hour, there was no progress at all. They had completely lost their patience. The two sect masters looked at each other and quickly finished their discussion. They came to an agreement. "Stop, let's retreat." The Fire Master and the Snow Master roared and ordered their subordinates to stop fighting. Then they retreated to the side and planned to leave the battlefield. If they continued fighting, others would take advantage of them. Even if they won by a narrow margin, they would eventually become the prey of others. They were not going to do this business that was bound to lose money. The Mountain Master, Kaiser Blood, Mountain Master, Blood Master, and the other members of the Blood Demon sect and the Mountain Sea sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the Fire Master and the Snow Master retreating with their subordinates. Although they had held on for more than 2 hours, they were actually holding on for dear life. Moreover, they had overdrawn their potential. If they continued fighting, they might not be able to hold on. However, just when they thought that the matter was over, a light voice once again made their hearts jump to their throats. Xiaoyang, who was standing at the side, said indifferently, "Hey, are the two of you planning to leave just like that?" This meant that Xiaoyang did not plan to let them go. Everyone's gaze fell on Xiaoyang. Kaiser Blood and the Mountain Master advised helplessly, "Master, let them go. We also need to rest and recuperate. The people from the other sects are also nearby. If we continue fighting, it will not benefit either side." Xiaoyang ignored them and placed his hands behind his back. His gaze fell on the Snow Master and the Fire Master. The Fire Master's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with anger. He roared, "Who are you? Who are you to interrupt us? Impudent!" Sect Master Rin looked at the Fire Master mockingly, as if he was looking at an idiot. The Fire Master had come to find trouble with Venerable Shao. Now, Venerable Shao was standing in front of them, and they did not recognize him. The Mountain Master and Kaiser Blood also looked at Kaiser Blood as if they were looking at an idiot. Since they had addressed Xiaoyang as master, it was obvious that Xiaoyang had a high status. Kaiser Blood did not have the right to be arrogant. The Snow Master frowned and reminded the Fire Master softly, "Fire Master, this person is Venerable Shao. The three sects have an unclear relationship with Venerable Shao. Be careful. Venerable Shao, we did not mean to offend you. Please forgive us. You and I both know that if we continue fighting, it will not be good for both of us. Why don't you let us go?" The Snow Master explained to the Fire Master, and then explained to Xiaoyang. The Fire Lord looked at Xiaoyang from top to bottom. His eyes were very picky. He didn't sense any cultivation from Xiaoyang. He was even more disdainful and said with disdain, "Snow Lord, why are you being so polite with this kind of person? He's just a kid who's still wet behind the ears. What can he do? At most, I will kill him with one slap." The Snow Master felt a headache. Why did she have to work with such a hot-tempered and brainless person? The three sect masters all addressed Xiaoyang as master. If Xiaoyang did not have the strength to conquer the three sect masters, it was obvious. Chapter 894. Don't talk nonsense, Fire Master. Venerable Shao is not someone we can offend. The Snow Leader scolded the Fire Master coldly. She was afraid that the Fire Master would go overboard and worsen the conflict. "Venerable Shao, the Fire Master has always been like this. Please forgive him." The Snow Leader hurriedly explained to Xiaoyang. However, the Fire Leader did not listen to the Snow Leader's orders. When the two of them were working together, the Fire Leader was the leader. Now that the Snow Leader was reprimanding him, he was naturally unhappy. He showed a displeased expression and said, "Snow Leader, don't tell me you've taken a liking to this immature brat? He's just a dumb kid. What does he have that you like? Think about it, you're already 70 or 80 years old. Even if you want to eat young grass, will he like you? Fire Master you?" The Snow Leader was angry. She advised him out of kindness, but she did not expect him to treat her kindness as malice. "Forget it, Fire Master. Our cooperation ends here. How you do things is your own problem." The Snow Leader did not want to continue talking to the Fire Master. She directly cut him in half. She hurriedly said to Xiaoyang, "Venerable Shao, this is all a misunderstanding. The Ice Snow sect is willing to be your friend. Please give us a chance." The situation was unpredictable. As long as one looked in the right direction and found the right target, that was the only way to survive. The three great sects had all submitted to Xiaoyang. This Xiaoyang must be extraordinary. The Fire Master did not expect the Snow Leader to be so agitated. He snorted coldly and said fiercely, "Snow Leader, you're betraying us. You're betraying us." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The two great sects had worked together to deal with Xiaoyang, Blood Kaiser, Mountain Leader, and the others. Now that he had brought the army here, the Snow Leader tore up the alliance contract and joined Xiaoyang. This was no different from betrayal. The Fire Master could not accept it. However, the Snow Leader ignored him. The Fire Master could not see the situation in front of him. He was so arrogant that he wanted to die. The Snow Leader was smart and did not want to destroy the Ice Snow sect. "Snow Mistress, you'll regret it. What's the point of following this stinking brat? You might as well follow me," Flame Lord said viciously. His heart was filled with jealousy. He was extremely jealous. "Brat, just you wait. Mountain Lord, Kaiser Blood, and Sect Leader Rin won't be able to protect you. Your life will be mine sooner or later." The Fire Master saw that he couldn't persuade the Snow Master, so he could only vent his anger at Xiaoyang and threaten him. Those from the Raging Fire sect, Follow me. The Ice Snow sect has already betrayed us. Don't bother with them." After threatening Xiaoyang, he waved his hand and prepared to leave with the members of the Fire sect. "Did I say you could leave?" Xiaoyang said calmly. "I've tolerated you for a long time." The Flame Lord was instantly enraged. With a roar, his boundless cultivation base exploded out. With a flip of his hand, he gathered the power of his cultivation base and blasted it out at Xiaoyang. A fist that was 30 meters in size charged toward Xiaoyang. Wherever it passed, huge waves were set off. "Defensive laws," Xiaoyang muttered. When the huge fist came within 30 meters of Xiaoyang, it instantly disappeared as if it had never appeared. Traceless dream of heart. Xiaoyang closed his eyes and released a terrifying divine sense. This divine sense condensed into a needle-like thread and instantly pierced into the Flame Lord's mind, shattering his consciousness. Ah! A painful cry suddenly rang out. The Flame Lord screamed again and again. He was in so much pain that he covered his head with both hands, as if this could alleviate the pain. At that moment, he only felt that the memories in his consciousness were missing and messed up. When he slowly came back to his senses, blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth and nose. His face was pale and he was extremely weak. Xiaoyang blinked, and the corner of his mouth curled up as he looked at the Flame Lord with disdain. Then he waved his hand and used the power of the teleportation law. In an instant, he teleported the Flame Lord, who was 30 meters away, to his side. Xiaoyang reached out with one hand and easily grabbed the Flame Lord's neck. The Flame Lord found it difficult to breathe and was almost suffocating. Spare me, Honorable Xiao." The Flame Lord finally knew how powerful Xiaoyang was and did not dare to underestimate him. He looked at Xiaoyang in fear and begged Xiaoyang to spare his life. "You were very arrogant and condescending just now." "Why? You're not arrogant now." Xiaoyang sneered and stared at the Flame Lord in disgust. He hated this kind of person the most. They did whatever they wanted, just because they had some cultivation and power. They were lawless and acted as if they were the most powerful in the world. In reality, they had no ability at all. The Flame Lord was about to cry. He felt wronged and innocent. If he knew that Xiaoyang was so powerful, he would not have dared to be arrogant in front of Xiaoyang, even if he had 10 times the courage. I was wrong." The Flame Lord admitted his mistake. If he did not admit his mistake, he would die. If he admitted his mistake, he might have a chance to live. In order to live, what would he not do? Pledge your loyalty. Xiaoyang thought about it and did not kill him in the end. Right now, he was in dire need of people, especially experts and talents. Although the Flame Lord was a little brainless and boorish, he was still a second-order almighty of Wuzun. He was quite suitable in other aspects. Yes, I pledge my loyalty. Thank you for not killing me." The Flame Lord did not dare to disobey. He hurriedly took out the soul blood from his forehead and gave it to Xiaoyang. "Flame Lord." The members of the Fire sect shouted anxiously, their faces full of worry. Even the sect master had submitted, so where should they go from here? Especially Lai, Zun, and Flame Honorable. They frowned and did not know if they should continue to lead the members of the Fire sect away or pledge their loyalty to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang accepted the Flame Lord's soul blood and let him go. The Flame Lord was finally able to catch his breath. After taking a few breaths, he glared at Lai Zun and Flame Honorable and said loudly, "You too, why aren't you pledging your loyalty to the sect leader? What are you waiting for?" Lai Zun and Flame Honorable looked at each other helplessly. Fortunately, they handed over the soul blood to show their loyalty to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang naturally accepted it without hesitation. After dealing with the Fire sect, he turned his attention to the Snow Lord, waiting for her to make a decision. The Snow Lord had long been shocked by Xiaoyang's methods. She looked at Xiaoyang in shock, revealing a dumbfounded expression. She knew that Xiaoyang was not to be underestimated. He was very powerful, but she did not expect him to be so powerful. A second order almighty of Wu Zun could not even take a single blow from him. This showed how powerful Xiaoyang was. This was definitely not something that she, the Snow Lord, could resist. "My lord, I am willing to follow you." Although the Snow Lord was unwilling, she was forced to hand over the soul blood. Honorable Ice and Honorable Snow also took out their soul blood and handed it to Xiaoyang. This was their only chance to live. Chapter 895. From this moment onwards, Xiaoyang had completely conquered the 5 major sections. Half of the forces in the North Pole town were under Xiaoyang's control. Xiaoyang was practically half the overlord of the North Pole town. There were a total of 12 major sects in the North Pole town. Apart from the 5 major sects that had been conquered by Xiaoyang, there were still 7 major sections. The 7 major sects were not far away. They were lurking around and observing the situation. The 7 major sects were still fighting for themselves and had not formed an alliance. Therefore, they were also wary of the attacks from other sects while they were thinking about Xiaoyang. If they maintained this attitude of fighting for themselves, then Xiaoyang, who had gathered the power of the 5 great sects, could easily break them down and conquer them. The leaders of the 7 major sects were paying close attention to the situation of Xiaoyang, Sect Master Rin, Kaiser Blood, Fire Lord, Mountain Master, and the others. When they saw that the leaders of the 5 major sects had surrendered to Xiaoyang, they were shocked and terrified. For a moment, they were flustered. Oh no, the situation in the North Pole town is going to change. The sect master of Clearwater sect frowned and murmured. The sect masters of White Azure sect, Heaven Vault sect, Yuan sect, Chenquin sect, 5 Elements sect, and 9 Moons sect were also shocked and terrified. In the past, the 12 major sects fought for themselves in the North Pole town. No one had ever allied with more than 5 major sections. But now Xiaoyang had done it. They did not dare to imagine that they, who were scattered like sand, could withstand the joint attack of the 5 major sects, let alone Xiaoyang, who was an unfathomable almighty figure. Sect Master, what should we do? The 5 major sects have shamelessly surrendered to Venerable Xiao. Reverend Qing frowned and walked up to the sect master. He spoke with a heavy expression. Let's retreat first. Reverend Qing pondered for a while and said slowly. He originally wanted to take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the situation. However, the current situation was not optimistic. The Mountain Sea sect, Blood Demon sect, Human sect, Fire sect, and Ice sect had all surrendered to Xiaoyang. Such a majestic force was not something that any sect could shake. That's the only way. Zun Qing sighed sadly, then left with his people with a bitter face. The Clearwater sect wasn't the only one that retreated. The White Azure sect, Heaven Dome sect, and the other sects also retreated. They knew that they couldn't take advantage of Xiaoyang, so they might as well leave first and avoid being targeted by Xiaoyang. The sect leader of the 9 Yang sect murmured, If the 7 sects can't unite, I'm afraid we'll be swallowed up by revered Xiao one by one. Yang Zun, who was standing beside him, frowned and said worriedly, Sect Master, if we are destined to be annexed, then we can migrate and leave this place. Hey, it's easy for you to say. Our foundation is right here. If we leave, we'll have to start all over again. In the Middle Stream region, war is everywhere. Disasters are everywhere. Where can we hide? There are also powerhouses appearing in other places. The sect leader of the Jiang sect was depressed and pessimistic. The competition in the Middle Stream realm was much crueler than the Lower Stream realm. Let's retreat first and make plans later. He made the same choice as Lord Qingzhu. Now wasn't the time to fight Xiaoyang and the others head-on. If they jumped out, it would be no different from courting death. Yang Zhu nodded and left with his men with a melancholy expression. The main forces and leaders of the 7 sects left, leaving only a few spies to observe the situation. That night, the 7 sect leaders couldn't sleep. They were restless and worried. They didn't know when they would be attacked by Xiaoyang. Looking at the remaining 7 sects, none of them could resist the combined forces of the 5 great sections. Yang Zun, the sect leader of the 9 Yang sect, sat by his bed and called out softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of the sect leader of the 9 Yang sect, silently in the night. Sect leader, what are your orders? Yang Zun asked respectfully. The restless Yang Zun sighed. His face seemed to have aged a few decades. He said slowly, "Contact the other sects and tell them that I have something to discuss with them." "Yes," Yang Zun responded. He used the power of the law of space and disappeared on the spot. Many people had the same idea as Yang Zun. However, they didn't send an emissary to contact him immediately. Now that Yang Zun had come, they were delighted. Their frowns were relaxed, and they were in a better mood. Yang Zun didn't need to explain anything. Many sect leaders knew why Yang Zun was here. They immediately sent their capable subordinates, Wu Zun, to follow Yang Zun to the 9 Yang sect's base camp. As the representatives of the 7 sects, Wu Zun arrived at the 9 Yang sect's cultivation ground. Yang Zun received them personally and arranged for them to sit in the living room. Everyone, I don't think I need to say more about this matter. You all know the situation. Venerable Shao, who suddenly rose to power, has already subdued the 5 great sections, I think. Among the 7 great sects, none of them can resist their joint attack alone. Do you all agree? Yang Zun said slowly. Actually, all the Wu Zun present agreed. Even their sects agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Yang Zun saw that they didn't say anything. He knew what they meant. He continued, Venerable Zhao's group has many people. They can attack us at any time. We are constantly worried. I think you all can feel it. Many Wu Zun agreed. They saw with their own eyes that their sect leader couldn't sleep. He was so worried that his hair turned white. Therefore, in order to deal with the sudden danger, we only have 3 paths to take. The first is to migrate and leave the Arctic town. I believe that everyone present here is unwilling to leave. The second is to pledge loyalty to Venerable Shao. Everyone here is a hero, a well-known overlord. I believe that none of you can put down your face to pledge your loyalty. You are all people with pride and status. How can you personally flatter and pledge your loyalty to Venerable Shao? Yang Zun's words gained everyone's agreement. They weren't willing to pledge their loyalty. They didn't want to be restricted, and they didn't want to be forced to leave the North Pole town. Yang Zun, tell us the third option. One of the Wu Zun was an impatient person. He asked hurriedly. Yang Zun nodded and said, The third option is for us 7 great sects to form an alliance. We can fight against Venerable Zhao's group together. 7 or 8 Wu Zun nodded and discussed softly. Then one of the Wu Zun said loudly, Yang Zun, your suggestion is good. I agree. I agree. I agree. An alliance is indeed good. Yang Zun's suggestion gained everyone's approval. In order to form better support, I suggest that each sect pick 2 experts to form a roaming force. As long as there is an attack, this force will go to support. Yang Zun thought for a while and continued. Chapter 896. That's a good idea. I support it. Me too. Agreed. I believe the sect leader has the same idea. The so-called alliance isn't just for show. Many Wu Zun representatives spoke one after another, supporting Yang Zun's suggestion. That was their intention from the start. Yang Zun was just saying what was in their hearts. Among the 7 great sects, each sect had 3 Wu Zun. Transferring 2 Wu Zun would be easy. In the past, they didn't want Wu Zun to be transferred far away because they were worried about the attacks of the other sections. Now that the 7 great sects had formed an alliance, there was no need to be on guard. Blood Demon Restaurant. Xiao Yang returned here to guard the restaurant. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and Dragon Lady had already gone to the cultivation valley to cultivate. He was experiencing the feeling of being the owner of a restaurant. Actually, there wasn't much meaning in being the owner of this restaurant. It was just checking the accounts, supervising the waiters, and then encouraging or scolding them. It was very boring. Xiao Yang was too lazy to manage it. He simply found an empty seat and drank tea leisurely. Human Sovereign hurriedly left the Mountain Sea Inn and went to the Blood Demon restaurant to find Xiao Yang. When he saw that Xiao Yang was still enjoying the tea, his face fell. He felt that Xiao Yang was doing this because he didn't have any sense of danger. If he continued to laze around like this, the team would collapse. Master. He decided to persuade Xiao Yang to pull himself together. He couldn't fall like this. Oh, Human Sovereign, you're here? You're so free. Sit, let's drink tea together. Xiao Yang chuckled and greeted him. Coincidentally, he didn't have anyone to accompany him. He didn't expect one to come. Master, you can still drink tea? Human Sovereign was almost angered to death. He swallowed his saliva and tried his best to say in a tactful tone, My lord, the remaining 7 sects have formed an offensive and defensive alliance overnight. They're a formidable enemy of ours, so we have to make plans early. The strength of the 7 great sects could not be underestimated. If they took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, the Human Sect, Mountain Sea Sect, and the other 4 great sects would suffer. Xiao Yang didn't mind. He curled his lips and said, Go get the Mountain Master, Kaiser Blood, Sect Masterin, Fire Master, and Snow Master. Human Sovereign looked at Xiao Yang in surprise, not knowing what Xiao Yang wanted to do. Could it be that Xiao Yang had an idea and wanted to call someone over to discuss it? This couldn't be any better. Venerable Rin immediately became excited and replied happily, All right, I'll go right away. Not long after, the 5 sect masters arrived at the Blood Devil restaurant, appearing in front of Xiao Yang. Sit down. Xiao Yang called out to them before instructing the waiters of the Blood Demon restaurant to serve them tea. The 5 sect masters naturally knew why they were called over. They had also received news that the 7 great sects had formed an alliance under Master Yang's call. This was not a good situation for them. My lord. The 5 sect masters bowed respectfully to Xiao Yang, then sat down and quietly waited for Xiao Yang's orders. Only Human Sovereign looked at Xiao Yang in anticipation, hoping that Xiao Yang could come up with a better plan. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang did not mention this matter. Instead, he took out jade slips and sent them to the 5 sect masters one after another through his cultivation. He said calmly, Take a look at the contents of these jade slips. The 5 sect masters didn't know what Xiao Yang was trying to do, so they read the contents of the jade slips in confusion. The impatient Fire Lord was the first to read it. When he saw the contents, his expression changed drastically, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was full of shock, then ecstasy. The contents recorded were the solutions to the problems he had encountered in his current cultivation. He had been stuck in Wu Zun Stage 2 for a long time, but he had never found a breakthrough point. The cultivation method itself was incomplete, so he had been trapped in the North Pole town for a long time, not daring to leave. However, he didn't expect that Xiao Yang would be able to see through his cultivation method at a glance, as well as the flaws in it. He even gave him a perfect solution. He believed that if he really cultivated according to the contents of the jade slips, he would be able to easily break through his current cultivation realm. Just thinking about it made him excited. Although there was only a difference of 1 stage between Wu Zun Stage 2 and Wu Zun Stage 3, this difference was like heaven and earth. Just look at how Xiao Yang, a Stage 3 Wu Zun guy, was enough to dominate the entire North Pole town, crushing many Wu Zun Stage 2 experts. From this, one could see how powerful and domineering a Stage 3 Wu Zun Stage 2 expert was. Sovereign Rin looked at the Fire Lord in surprise, not knowing why the Fire Lord was so excited. Could it be that there was something incredible recorded in the jade slips? Following the Fire Lord's shock and excitement, the Snow Lord, Kaiser Blood, Mountain Lord, and Sovereign Rin were also excited and overjoyed. Their eyes were filled with excitement. It was very simple. The jade slips they had received described in detail the cultivation problems they had encountered and the solutions to them. They didn't understand before, but after Xiao Yang's explanation, they immediately understood. As long as they cultivated according to the jade slips, they would be able to easily break through their current realm. They couldn't wait to go into seclusion now. Thank you, Lord. They suppressed the excitement in their hearts, but they still couldn't hide the joy on their faces. They stood up and cupped their fists to express their gratitude to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang waved his hand and didn't take it to heart. As the Lord of all eternity in his previous life, he had all kinds of cultivation techniques, knowledge, and experience. When he saw the 6 sect leaders, he could tell where their problems were at first glance. Naturally, it was easy for him to give them pointers. Moreover, the 6 sect leaders had already submitted to him, which was equivalent to his personal strength. If he could raise their cultivation realms, it would be an increase in his strength. Sovereign Rin looked at the 5 sect leaders enviously. Although he didn't know what was recorded in the jade slips Xiaoyang gave him, he could tell from the expressions of the 5 sect leaders that it was definitely a great treasure. His eyes were filled with envy. If only Xiaoyang could give him pointers once. After being excited for a while, the 6 sect leaders slowly calmed down. They had almost forgotten the purpose of their visit. The 7 sect leaders had already formed an alliance, okay? They weren't in a good situation now. The Fire Lord coughed and kept the jade slips. He said, Lord, now that the 7 sect leaders have formed an alliance, what should we do? The 5 sect leaders had submitted to Xiaoyang, which was equivalent to forming an alliance. Xiaoyang waved his hand and said, I'll give you a mission. Go find a place to cultivate first. Ask this question after you break through your cultivation. The 5 sect leaders looked at each other, speechless. However, after thinking about it, breaking through their cultivation realms was indeed more attractive. Moreover, this was their Lord's order, so they couldn't go against it. They could only agree and said, All right, Lord, we'll try our best to break through and come out of seclusion. They couldn't wait any longer. Once they broke through their cultivation realms, they wouldn't have to worry about the 7 sect leaders. Chapter 897. After the 5 great sect masters left the Blood Demon restaurant, they found their capable subordinates and instructed them that they would be in seclusion for a few days. During this period of seclusion, they had to be on guard against the 7 great sects and listen to Xiaoyang's orders. They all knew what Xiaoyang was capable of. As long as he wanted to watch, the 7 great sects wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After instructing them, they began to choose the best place to cultivate and entered seclusion. During these few days, fire supremacy, ice supremacy, and human supremacy were waiting in the Blood Demon restaurant. Wu Zun was also overseeing the Mountain Ocean Inn. As for their own properties, they were guarded by 9th-level martial ancestor powerhouses. It was a peaceful day, and there was no war in the small town. However, everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Both sides were accumulating strength and preparing to launch a thunderous attack. Nanyang Sect's base camp. The representatives of the 7 great sects gathered once again. Supremacy Qing said slowly, According to our observations, the sect masters of the 5 great sects are in seclusion. I wonder what they are up to. Supremacy Bai of the White Ash sect smiled and said, Isn't it better for them to be in seclusion? We can take a breather and not worry about their attack. The Yuan Venerate of the Unitary sect expressed his disdain. Now that the 7 great sects have formed an alliance, we don't have to fear any attack at all. Instead, Venerable Xiao and the others are worried about our attack. I think that the seclusion of the 5 great sects is our best opportunity. Previously, they had been worried about Venerable Zhao's power and their own safety. Now, they had become the largest organization in the North Pole town. Naturally, they could do whatever they wanted. They could even counterattack the 5 great sects without a problem. What if the seclusion of the 5 great sects is a trap? Won't we fall into a trap? We still need to plan carefully. Supremacy Qian of the Qiankuan sect squinted his eyes and said, "The representatives of the 7 great sects began to quarrel. Some of them argued until their faces turned red and there was no conclusion after half a day. Some people said that they wanted to maintain their original intention and protect themselves. Some people said that the best way to protect themselves was to attack and defeat the enemy. Then there would be no danger. There were also some who expressed that it wasn't a good time to attack. No one knew if the sect's seclusion was a trap or not, and they were worried that it was a trap. The main attacker declared that now was the best time to attack. If they missed this opportunity, they could only passively take a beating in the future. On the other hand, the conservative faction suggested that the seclusion of the 5 great sect masters might be a diversion. It was very likely that they had already made preparations to attack and might already be hiding in the surroundings. Yang Zhu sighed, looking at them arguing until their faces turned red. He really didn't know what to say. This was the weakness of the alliance. Although the alliance had increased in power, manpower, and strength, there were still many problems. For example, none of them were willing to submit to the other, and it would take a long time to make a decision. Yang Zhu gestured for everyone to be quiet. In that case, the problem now is that we don't know if the 5 great sect masters are really in seclusion. Therefore, venerate Yang, venerate Qing, and Yuan venerate Qing. The 3 of you should make a trip personally and make sure that they are really in seclusion. Take note that you are only here to gather information. Don't alert them. Lord Yang instructed solemnly. Understood. The 3 venerates nodded and left with the order. The remaining venerates waited there for the news. They didn't have any objections to Lord Yang's arrangement. Venerate Qing, Yuan venerate Yang, and venerate Qing circulated their cultivation and flew in the air. They stopped when they approached the Blood Demon restaurant. They released their spirit consciousness and covered more than half of the North Pole town. However, they couldn't find any trace of the 5 great sect masters. After searching carefully, they still couldn't find them. Venerate Qing couldn't help but frown. Those 5 old fellows must be hiding. It's really difficult for us to find them if they want to hide. Venerate Yang thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we go to their territory and cause trouble first and see if we can force them out? What do you think?" That would alert them and give Venerate Xiao and the others a reason to attack. Yuan Venerate Yang rejected. Venerate Yang was a little annoyed. He was already dissatisfied when he saw them arguing. This won't do. That won't do. What do you think we should do? Let's go to the Dragon's Den and enter the Blood Demon restaurant to see what's so great about Venerate Xiao. Venerate Qing said faintly. After all, the 5 great sect masters were sly old foxes who had taken root in the North Pole town for many years. It was really difficult to find them if they wanted to hide. That's the only way. Be careful. Yuan Venerate Yang didn't refuse. After all, he couldn't just do nothing when he was there. The 3 Wu Zun landed at the entrance of the Blood Demon restaurant and walked in. "Dear guests, are you staying or having a meal? We have all kinds of delicacies and luxury suites." The waiter greeted the 3 Wu Zun enthusiastically when he saw them enter. Venerate Yang frowned and said softly, "Bring us a pot of tea first." They could only enter the Blood Demon restaurant as guests. Otherwise, others would think that they were there to cause trouble. "All right, please wait a moment, dear guests." The 3 Wu Zun went up to the 2nd floor and found an empty table to sit at. Soon the waiter served them tea. Xiao Yang was drinking his morning tea at the table next to them. Ever since he had instructed the 5 great sect masters to go into seclusion, this huge mess had fallen on Xiao Yang's shoulders. Fortunately, he had the help of Venerate Yang, Fire Venerate Yang, Ice Venerate Yang, and the other venerates. Otherwise, even if Xiao Yang had a few tricks up his sleeves, he might not have been able to handle it. "Dear guests, here is your tea." The waiter served the tea and spoke respectfully. The three Wu Zun venerates Yang. Yuan venerate Yang and venerate Qing drank their tea absent-mindedly. They weren't interested in drinking tea, but in meeting Xiaoyang. When they saw Xiaoyang, who was sitting by the window, their hearts tightened and their scalps went numb. They had all seen Xiaoyang's strength before. However, when they saw Xiaoyang in person, they felt a little restrained. Venerate Yang, Yuan venerate Qing. The three of you are really in the mood to drink tea here. Human venerate walked out from the side and smiled. Fire venerate Yang and Ice venerate Yang also looked at the three Wu Zun venerates playfully. Yuan venerate Yang, and venerate Yang's hearts pounded wildly when they saw the lineup of the Blood Demon restaurant. It turned out that the other party had already arranged people here. Wouldn't they be courting death if they jumped in? They gulped and hurriedly explained, "We are just here to patronize the business. We don't have any other intentions." It was better to quickly clear their hostility, lest they start a fight here. They had no chance of winning. If the 7 great sects lost the 3 Wu Zun venerates, it would be a huge price that they wouldn't be able to bear. Don't be nervous. We welcome you to drink tea. If you want to cause trouble, we welcome you even more. Chapter 898. Ice Venerate chuckled, giving off the impression that he wasn't afraid of trouble. It was as if he couldn't wait for the other party to come looking for trouble. This confidence made Yuan venerate, Yang venerate, and Qing venerate panic. The tea here is pretty good. It's a pity that I have something to do now. Let's meet again next time. Goodbye. Yang venerate didn't want to stay in such a stifling place, as he could be taken down if he didn't say anything. Yuan venerate and Qing venerate also got up and smiled. We'll take our leave too. The 3 martial saints left the Blood Demon restaurant in a fluster. On the surface, they pretended to be calm, but it was difficult to pretend. It was obvious that their hearts were not calm at all. After watching the 3 Wu Zun martial kings leave, Ice Venerate squinted his pretty eyes and whispered to Xiaoyang, "Master, should we keep the 3 of them? The 7 Great Sect Alliance will definitely be heartbroken if we lose the 3 Wu Zun martial kings. Our danger will also be reduced." The Human Venerate and Flame Venerate were also eager to give it a try. In any case, with Xiaoyang overseeing this place, taking down the 3 invading enemies wouldn't be a problem. This was also an opportunity to perform meritorious deeds, so they naturally wanted to seize it. Xiaoyang shook his head and waved his hand. "They're just insignificant ants. There's no need to be violent." He continued to drink his tea and ignored the 3 of them. In fact, he had his own considerations in his heart. Now wasn't the time to make a move. When the 5 great sect masters came out of seclusion, they would definitely shock the 7 great sections. When that time came, there would be no need to make a move. The 7 great sects would probably be eager to surrender. Why would he need to make a move if he could take down the 7 great sects without expending a single soldier? Although Ice Venerate, Flame Venerate, and Human Venerate weren't willing to let the 3 enemy Venerates off, they could only give up after seeing Xiaoyang's unwillingness to cause trouble. Then they drank their tea and ate out of boredom. Venerate Qing, Yuan Venerate Yang, and Venerate Qing had already left the Blood Demon restaurant. Just thinking about it left them with lingering fear. It had really been too dangerous just now. They had actually walked right into the jaws of a tiger. They were somewhat regretful and lamented that they had been too impulsive. They couldn't be so reckless in the future. When they walked out of the Blood Demon restaurant's entrance, they could feel the fighting spirit within the restaurant. Fortunately, they found an excuse to leave quickly. Otherwise, there would have been a fierce battle. In this fierce battle, they did not have the slightest bit of confidence that they could win. It was very likely that they would be left behind as captives. Along the way, they had been complaining about revered Master Qing, who had proposed this idea. Revered Master Qing retorted unhappily. At least he had an explanation when he returned. Their mission was to find out the truth behind the seclusion of the 5 great sect masters. Although they hadn't completed their mission yet, they still had the courage to enter the restaurant. They believed that the people waiting for them wouldn't have anything to say. The headquarters of the Nine cult. When the representatives of the various sects who were waiting saw the return of the 3 of them, their faces were filled with excitement. How is it? What was going on? Is it true that the 5 great sect masters are in seclusion? Revered Master Bai asked expectantly. Revered Master Qing, Yuan Venerate, and Revered Master Yang exchanged glances and said, "The 5 great sect masters are hidden very well. We can't find out at all." This made many people very disappointed. Revered Master Qing and the other 2 knew that this would be their reaction. Feeling displeased, they continued. However, we entered the Blood Demon restaurant and saw Revered Master Shao, Revered Human, Revered Ice, and Revered Flame. Everyone's hearts were in suspense again as they looked at the 3 of them with admiration. Currently, the 12 great sects of the small town were almost equally divided into 2 major organizations. At this critical juncture, they actually dared to break into the enemy's territory, the Blood Demon restaurant. This showed how courageous they were. Yes, you guys have worked hard. The Yin Master smiled and looked at the 2 of them with admiration. Revered Master Qing, Yuan Venerate, and Revered Master Yang's expressions improved as they enjoyed the admiring gazes of the crowd. Then they began to discuss based on the information they had received. Xiaoyang had actually prepared people and arranged them in the Blood Demon restaurant. This meant that he was afraid that others would cause trouble in the restaurant. The reason he was afraid was definitely because the other helpers were not around. Then where did all the helpers go? They must have gone into seclusion. The Yin Master shared his thoughts and deductions, which most people agreed with. Everyone, now that the 5 great sect masters have really gone into seclusion, their strength will be greatly reduced. We must seize this opportunity to severely injure Revered Master Shao. What do you all think? The Yin Master asked them. Seconded. Agreed. Such an excellent opportunity is right in front of us. If we don't know how to cherish it, we will be struck by lightning. The Yin Master looked at them with satisfaction and said, "Since we want to play, let's play big. Go back and inform your sect masters that the 7 of us will approach the Blood Demon restaurant together. At the same time, bring a fresh team of 14 Wuzuns." The representatives of the various sects left one after another, looking excited and ready to make a move. They were finally going to make a move against Revered Master Shao and the others. Just thinking about it made them excited. They couldn't wait to return and report to their sect masters. This war was probably going to be the biggest war in the North Pole town in 100 years. This war involved the 12 great sects and was different from the usual local wars between 1 or 2 sections. After this war, the ownership of the North Pole town would be decided. No matter how one looked at it, the alliance of the 7 great sects had an absolute advantage. Just Wu Zun's second stage experts alone had 7. Wu Zun's first stage experts had 14. And as for 8th and 9th stage experts, there were more than 10. The news of their decision was quickly leaked out. After Revered C received the news, he immediately went to find Xiaoyang. Originally, he wanted to find the Mountain Master first, but the Mountain Master and the others were in seclusion, so he went to find Xiaoyang. In the Mountain Sea restaurant, he came to Xiaoyang and looked at Xiaoyang nervously. He reported, "Master, the 7 great sects have decided to make a move against us. We can't just sit and wait for death." Human, Revered Master, Fire, Revered Master, and Ice, Revered Master's hearts tightened. Finally, they couldn't sit still anymore. Taking advantage of the fact that the 5 great sect masters were in seclusion to start trouble, Xiaoyang waved his hand and said, "Calmly, don't panic. This is not a big deal. Stay calm. We'll deal with whatever comes our way." Xiaoyang was so calm and composed, but he couldn't calm people down. Human, revered sea, revered flame, and revered ice were all worried and had worried expressions. This was something that couldn't be helped. The 7 great sects had joined forces and were already under great pressure. If they didn't actively deal with it, they would suffer unimaginable losses. Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't seem to care at all, they all felt that Xiaoyang was a little unreliable. In any case, he had to make some preparations. For example, he had to gather the remaining Wu Zun and prepare for the enemy's attack at any time. Chapter 899. Were they just going to sit there and wait for them to attack? When the time came, wouldn't it be a little rushed to deal with it? They sighed in their hearts. Xiaoyang had already become their master. Whatever their master said was an order. They were enslaved, so they had no right to object. As soon as they finished speaking, they immediately felt a strong and domineering aura slowly approaching. Waves of divine consciousness spread out like a tide, covering thousands of feet in radius. Through the divine consciousness, they could see that the white sect, clear water sect, and the rest of the 7 sects were leading many powerful cultivators toward the blood demon restaurant. The 7 sect leaders led the way, and the 14 Wu Zun followed them. Behind the Wu Zun, there were hundreds and thousands of martial arts grandmasters. That was almost half of the North Pole town's fighting force. However, this fighting force was only against the inside, not the outside. Oh no, they're here. They're really fast. Venerable Ocean's expression changed when he saw who was coming, and he mumbled. Venerable Human, Venerable Flame, and Venerable Ice were also nervous. Their expressions were serious, and their hearts were heavy. The waiters of the Blood Demon restaurant were all alarmed. Some hid in a panic, while others ran out of the restaurant, ready to fight. Master, I'll ask the other Wu Zun to come and help. Venerable Ocean said hurriedly. The other party had many powerful cultivators. They needed more help to be safe. Xiaoyang chuckled, shook his head, and said, You know nothing about your master. Do you think these guys can jump around in front of me? He was very confident and rejected Venerable Ocean and the other's suggestion. Then he stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Come, I'll take you to meet these friends. Venerable Ocean, Venerable Flame, and the others had no choice but to follow behind. Just as they walked out of the door, they heard Master Yang's arrogant shout, Venerable Xiao, please come out. Master Yang, and the others didn't come down. They floated in the air, looking at Xiaoyang and the others with arrogance. Xiaoyang indifferently glanced at them in the air and sneered, I don't have the habits of other people in Central TV. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Zun unleashed the might of a third-order warrior, and a violent aura shrouded the entire void. The aura of an expert with a high cultivation level was a great suppression to a cultivator with a low cultivation level. As Xiaoyang released Wu Zun's third-order aura, Qingzhu, Yangzhu, and the others' faces changed, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. In that instant, they felt as if they were facing an invincible demon god and could only passively be crushed. Traceless heart's dream. Xiaoyang murmured. A domineering and sharp divine sense instantly swept out and pierced into the sea of consciousness of Lord Qing, Lord Yang, and the others, catching them off guard. Originally, they were still able to maintain their formation and momentum, but after being attacked by Xiaoyang, their cultivation levels were unstable, and they landed on the ground in a sorry state, looking at Xiaoyang in horror. As for the cultivators below Wu Zun, almost all of them were severely injured. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between them and Xiaoyang, and both sides were not opponents of the same level. Why are you looking for me? Xiaoyang asked calmly with his hands behind his back. Seeing Xiaoyang being so powerful, Master Qing, Master Bai, and the others panicked. However, they couldn't show their panic, lest it affect the morale of the troops. They forced themselves to calm down and said to Xiaoyang fiercely, Venerable Xiao, although I don't know where you came from, the North Pole town doesn't belong to you. You must leave the North Pole town. Master Qing stared at Xiaoyang calmly and said coldly, As long as Xiaoyang was in the North Pole town, they wouldn't be able to have peace. For peace, they could only drive Xiaoyang away. Looking at Xiaoyang's style, it was clear that he had subdued the 5 sects in a few days. If he was given more time, would he also annex them? Therefore, they could only do this in order to make the 7 sects panic and restless. Xiaoyang chuckled and looked at Master Qing calmly. He said, "The North Pole town doesn't belong to you. Why can't you let me stay? Why must I leave just because you want me to?" Master Qing's face suddenly turned red and he looked embarrassed. His request was indeed unreasonable, but it was in line with his actual interests. If he hadn't seen Xiaoyang's strange means, he wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. After all, they were here to cause trouble, but now they didn't have much confidence to offend Xiaoyang. Master Qing thought for a while and said coldly, "Venerable Xiao, let's not beat around the bush. Tell me, since you came to the North Pole town, how many sects have you subdued? You are completely an unstable factor in the North Pole town. With you here, the residents of the North Pole town won't have peace. For the sake of the residents of the North Pole town, please leave." He could only condemn Xiaoyang from the highest moral point and tactfully persuade Xiaoyang to leave. "That's right, Venerable Xiao. Please leave quickly for the sake of the residents. We are willing to give you travel expenses." Venerable Qing, Venerable Bai, Yuan Venerable, and the others spoke one after another. Master Yang also added, "Venerable Xiao, your departure is the best choice. Only by doing so can we avoid war. We are willing to give you abundant cultivation resources and hope that you can help the people of the North Pole town." What a joke! Xiaoyang's lips curled up and said sarcastically, "Before I came to the North Pole town, the 12 major sects were fighting every day, causing countless casualties and property losses. It made the people of the North Pole town miserable. Now, with me here, the wars in the North Pole town have decreased, and the people can live in peace. If it wasn't for you guys wanting to start a war, the North Pole town can be peaceful for more than 100 years. Venerable Rin glanced at Master Yang, Master Qing, and the others fiercely and said coldly, "Master, why are you talking nonsense with them? Let us teach him a lesson." Venerable Ice's red lips opened slightly and said, "Master, don't listen to the nonsense of the enemy. We all know that you are someone who cares about the North Pole town. Only by dominating the North Pole town can you bring stability and peace to the North Pole town. Let us do it." Venerable Hua also asked to fight. His aura exploded as he said, "Master, Master Yang, Master Qing, and the others are all hypocrites. They are obviously worried about the interests of their sects being harmed. That's why they are talking about the people of the North Pole town. I have never seen such shameless people." Venerable C's face was gloomy as he stared at Master Qing, Master Yang, and the others with hatred. He also advised, "Master, if morality can play a role in this chaotic world, then why do we still need cultivation and strength?" Master Yang, Master Qing, and the others from the 7 major sects were furious after hearing these words. Their faces turned ugly as if the cloth covering their shame had been removed, revealing their ugly faces. Chapter 900. Venerable Xiao, what do you say? Yang Zhu looked at Xiaoyang with an ugly expression and asked, "Since Human Venerable, Fire Venerable, Ice Venerable, and the others were full of hostility, there was no need to ask for their opinion. He could just ask Xiaoyang directly. After all, Xiaoyang was the one who had the final say." Xiaoyang curled his lips and said, "They have already made it very clear." His meaning was obvious. He didn't have a good impression of Yang Zhu, Qing Zhu, and the others either. The moment he said that, the current situation became tense. Does that mean there is no room for discussion? Yang Zhu looked at Xiaoyang with a gloomy face, his face ashen. Qing Zhu said coldly, "Venerable Xiao, we are not to be trifled with either. If a war really breaks out, the outcome is still unknown." He wanted to be more unyielding and threatened Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang curled his lips and glanced at them disdainfully. He crossed his arms and said confidently, "The outcome has already been decided. You are just ants in my eyes." "Humph! Qing Zhu, Yang Zhu," and the other snorted and looked at him with hostility. "In that case, let's fight." Yang Zhu said fiercely. Wu Zun's rank 2 cultivation erupted and his aura soared. He stared at Xiaoyang fiercely. Qing Zhu and other sect master-level figures all stood out, planning to join forces to take down Xiaoyang. They all knew how terrifying Xiaoyang was. His cultivation had reached the same level as Wu Zun's rank 3. However, they also believed that the 7 of them could take down Xiaoyang together. Qing Zhu, Yang Zhu, Yuan Zhu, and the other 14 Wu Zun released their strongest aura and released strong hostility. Their auras locked onto Ice Venerable, Fire Venerable, and Human Venerable. "Venerable Xiao, we have given you face, but you don't want it. Don't blame us for bullying you with numbers." Master Yang snickered. He immediately used the laws of attack and the laws of strength. He drew in the boundless power of the world and instantly crushed toward Xiaoyang. He appeared to be very confident, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Master Qing, Master White, and the other cult masters also unleashed the power of laws they had comprehended one after another. They used their astonishing power to attack Xiaoyang. Following the sect master prison's actions, Wu Zun's first-order powerhouses also made their moves. For a moment, Xiaoyang and the others, who did not have the advantage in numbers, felt a strong threat. The air explosion and shockwave swept over with a destructive aura, causing the faces of the Venerable Human, Venerable Fire, Venerable Ice, and the others to change greatly. Their expressions became grave, as if their lives depended on this moment. Xiaoyang snorted softly and unleashed the power of Wu Zun's level 3 physical body. The law of the physical body was displayed to the extreme. The Heaven-class low-grade magic treasure, Captive Phoenix, and the Heaven-class mid-grade magic treasure, Mountain River Map, appeared out of thin air. What appeared were phantoms that floated on both sides of Xiaoyang. With this terrifying physical body, he directly withstood the attacks of the 7 sect masters' power of laws. This was the terror of Wu Zun's level 3 physical body. When the invisible law of the physical body attacked Xiaoyang, all the damage was absorbed by the Heaven-class magic treasures, Captive Phoenix, and Mountain River Map. Xiaoyang was unscathed and did not lose a single hair. What? This kid is so terrifying that he is not suppressed by our law of the physical body. What kind of physical body does he have? It's so tough that it can ignore the law of the physical body. It's too terrifying. Hiss, hiss, am I seeing things? This is simply unbelievable. The 7 great sect masters were all sighing. Their eyes were wide open and filled with shock. Xiaoyang's strength was indeed beyond their imagination. It was completely out of their expectations. They had never seen a person's physical body that could be so tough. It's my turn now. After Xiaoyang used the law of the physical body and his tough physical body to withstand a wave of attacks and injuries, he immediately unleashed his cultivation. He used the law of attack and the law of power to trigger the majestic power that existed in the void. These powers were silent. The moment the attack was launched, it was like a shock wave that set off a shocking wind and instantly hit the 7 sect masters. The difference between Wu Zun's level 3 physical body and Wu Zun's level 2 physical body was not ordinary. It could be said to be the gap between heaven and earth. The various law of the physical body that Xiaoyang released was hundreds of times more powerful than the law of the 7 sect masters. These invisible law of the physical body instantly affected the 7 sect masters. The defensive law of the 7 sect masters was instantly impacted and even collapsed. They all spat out blood and their faces turned pale. They could not help but stagger back. With every step, a deep footprint would appear on the ground. After retreating for more than 10 steps, they were already more than 10 feet away. It was obvious how heavy the impact was. It was simply unimaginable. I haven't even made a move, and you've all fallen. Xiaoyang clapped his hands and looked down at them disdainfully. Seeing that the 7 sect masters were busy stabilizing their injuries and would not make a move for the time being, Xiaoyang did not take the opportunity to add insult to injury. Instead, his gaze landed on Yuan Venerate, Venerate Qing, Yuan Venerate Bai, and the rest of the 14 Wu Zun's members. Greater teleportation technique. Xiaoyang used this technique. This technique involved the use of teleportation laws. As this technique was used and the power of teleportation laws erupted, the 14 Wu Zun's members were teleported in front of Xiaoyang in an instant. Their expressions and eyes were blank when they were teleported. They had no idea what was going on. They had been attacking Venerate Ice, Venerate Flame, Venerate Human, and the others in a very relaxed manner. Just as they were about to completely annihilate Venerate Ice, Venerate Flame, and the others, this unforeseen event had happened. They could not accept this. Venerate Xiao. Venerate Yang was the first to react, as he was the closest to Xiaoyang. Thus, he saw Xiaoyang at a glance. "That's right, it's me." Xiaoyang muttered with a smug look on his face. He looked at them with a half-smile. Then he made a move at lightning speed and used the 1,000 poisonous hands martial technique. Hundreds and thousands of poisonous palm prints appeared out of nowhere in the void and slapped toward the 14 Wu Zun's members. At Xiaoyang's level, this was not just the use of martial techniques. There was also the use of the poison law, the power law, and the attack law. Even the 7 sect masters of the Wu Zun's sect masters, who were at the second level, could not withstand this, let alone these weaklings who were at the first level. Bang, bang, bang. Dull sounds reverberated in the air. The 14 Wu Zun's members did not even have time to react. They were all hit by the poisonous palms, making dull sounds. Then they could not help but fly out. While they were flying in the air, blood was already spurting out of their mouths and splattering on the ground. When they landed on the ground, they even kicked up a cloud of dust. They looked extremely pathetic and miserable. 8 of them fainted on the ground and did not move at all. 6 of them did not faint, but they could not stand up at all. They could only struggle on the ground and scream in pain, as if they were in great pain. This scene caused the 7 great sect masters to feel pain in their hearts. Chapter 901. After all, 14 Wu Zun were the strongest they could bring out. They didn't expect Xiaoyang to injure them so badly. Their hearts felt like they were dripping blood. Looking at their miserable states, they'd probably lost the ability to fight. Even the 7 sect leaders could only use half of their strength at most. But what use was that? Even at their peak, they couldn't beat Xiaoyang. Now that they had half of their strength left, they weren't even enough to fill the gaps between Xiaoyang's teeth. Haha, you shrimp soldiers and crab generals want to start a war? You're digging your own grave. This is the North Pole town's biggest joke. You're a joke. This is the biggest joke I've ever seen. The 7 sect leaders are like clowns who don't know their own limits. Even if you want to die, this isn't the way to do it. We're so strong, but we haven't started a war with you yet. You're not only weak, but you dare to cause trouble for us. Honored Human, Honored Flame, Honored Ice, Honored Sea, and the rest of Xiaoyang's followers all sneered. Their faces were full of excitement, and their eyes were full of mockery. When their mocking voices reached the ears of the 7 sect leaders, they flushed red in embarrassment. Their expressions were furious, but they didn't have the guts to act out. Inside, they groaned bitterly and regretted their actions. It was all their fault for overestimating themselves and underestimating Xiaoyang. If they weren't so arrogant, they wouldn't have the confidence to cause trouble for Xiaoyang. They were all silent. It was impossible to tell what they were thinking. Are you all mute? We have no intention of offending you, but you've angered me recently. You must pay the price. Xiaoyang crossed his arms across his chest and looked at them calmly as he spoke, coldly. He'd already had a plan before this. He wanted to take over the North Pole town and let the poison sect settle down in the Middle Stream realm. Now, because of the 7 sect leaders' stupidity, he could finally bring forward his plan. No matter what, he couldn't let them off so easily. Honored Shao, we've offended you. It's our fault. We're willing to compensate you. 10 million spirit stones will be sent immediately. Yan Zhu didn't hesitate. He knew that Xiaoyang was asking for benefits, so he immediately offered 10 million spirit stones as compensation. 10 million spiritual stones might seem like a lot, but it was nothing to the 7 great sections. Xiaoyang looked at Yan Zhu with a faint smile. The corner of his lips curled up into a mischievous curve. How could he be interested in 10 million spirit stones? Even if it was 100 million spirit stones, he could still get it. What he was interested in was the properties and forces of the 7 major sections. Unifying the North Pole town was imperative. Do you think I'm a beggar? 10 million spirit stones? How dare you ask for it? Is it embarrassing? Shameless? As if we've never seen 10 million spiritual stones before. Our 5 great sects have a lot of spiritual stones. How could we lack your 10 million spiritual stones? Just take it back and hide it. Venerable Human and Venerable Sea immediately retorted furiously. They didn't care about 10 million spirit stones as compensation, let alone Xiaoyang. One had to know that the 7 great sects' forces had suffered a devastating blow. Even the 7 great sects' leaders were severely injured. This was the best time to annihilate them and annex the 7 great sections. Once they took over the territories and forces of the 7 great sects, not to mention 10 million spirit stones, they could even plunder 100 million spirit stones. 100 million spirit stones was still too little. One had to know that this kind of business was long-term. After unifying the North Pole town, they could operate for hundreds of years. The profits of hundreds of years were immeasurable. To think that the 7 great sects leaders only wanted to buy peace with 10 million spirit stones. The price of offending them was too low. Even if Xiaoyang agreed, they wouldn't agree. Yang Zhu's expression became awkward again after being ridiculed by Venerable Human, Venerable Sea, and the others. If one sect gave 10 million spirit stones, it would be considered a bit sincere. However, if the 7 great sects gave 10 million spirit stones, it was simply charity. It wasn't sincerity at all. Qing Zhu hurriedly stood up with a smile and cupped his fists at Xiaoyang and the others. He said, Yang Zhu was dizzy just now, so he lied. I promise on behalf of the 7 great sects that we will compensate you for your loss of 50 million spirit stones. We can still negotiate other conditions. He didn't make a dead end. Once he made a dead end and the other party didn't agree, wouldn't they fall into a stalemate? Once they fell into a stalemate, none of them could leave. At that time, not to mention losing 50 million spirit stones, even their wives and children would be killed. Yang Zhu glanced at Qing Zhu and said in a low voice, Why did you give them such generous conditions? Aren't you flattering them? Lord White, Lord Qian, and the other sect leaders also looked at Qing Zhu with resentment. 50 million spirit stones was a lot. It took them several years to earn that much. Their hearts ached when they were given so much at once. No one spirit stones came from nowhere. In their opinion, 20 million spirit stones was more than enough. But now, Yi Shiwen had offered 50 million spirit stones. This made their hearts ache. Not to mention that he gave the other party the right to propose conditions. Was Qing Zhu's brain fried? Qing Zhu naturally noticed the emotions of the others. His face immediately darkened, and he glared at them angrily. He used his divine sense to send a voice transmission. Are you stupid? Is 5,000 spirit stones a lot? Even 100 million spirit stones isn't a lot. If I were Venerable Shao, I wouldn't agree even if you gave me 1 billion spirit stones. I would annihilate all of you and annex your territory and forces. When that time comes, I'll have as many spirit stones as I want. Qing Zhu was furious. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Can't you see the situation in front of you? You'd better think about how to escape from here. If you lose your lives, what's the use of keeping spirit stones? Hearing the Qing Zhu's reprimand, they all woke up and came to a realization. Their eyes revealed a relieved light as they looked at the Qing Zhu gratefully. Fortunately, the Qing Zhu's words woke them up. Otherwise, they would have fallen here. You can tell just by looking at Xiao Yang's expression. Even though Lord Qing offered 50 million spiritual stones, Xiao Yang was still indifferent and calm. Looking at Xiao Yang's thoughts, it was very likely that he wanted to take them all down. This made the hearts of the seventh sect leaders tighten, and their scalps tingled. Lord White couldn't sit still anymore. He also stood out with a smile and cupped his hands. 50 million spirit stones is only the basic compensation. Since we delayed your business, we're willing to pay an additional 30 million spirit stones as compensation. The total price is 80 million spirit stones. You can mention other conditions. Interesting. They're showing some sincerity. Venerable Human, Venerable Fire, and Venerable Ice whispered to each other. Chapter 902. From 10 million spirit stones to 80 million spirit stones, it had increased by 8 times. This made Supremacy Rin, Supremacy High, and Supremacy Rin, who had seen the world, speechless. They looked at Xiao Yang and waited for Xiao Yang to make a decision. Although they had seen the world, they were at most limited to the world of the North Pole. Therefore, they were satisfied with 80 million spirit stones and had no objections. They were all experts in their sects and were equivalent to the second in command or third in command. Naturally, they knew what 80 million spirit stones meant. That was almost half of the wealth of the 7 great sections. With the loss of such a large amount of spirit stones, their development would definitely slow down by dozens of times. It would be a matter of minutes for the 5 great sects to overtake them. Supremacy Xiao, we sincerely apologize. We hope that you will be magnanimous and not bicker with us. Master Yang, Master Qing, Master Qian, and the others hurriedly apologized with a fawning expression. They had already paid a huge amount of spirit stones, so they did not mind apologizing and fawning. If their faces could be sold for money, they would have sold them long ago. Nothing was more important than their lives. Xiao Yang thought for a moment and said, 100 million spirit stones. Don't even think about leaving here with half of it. I don't mind taking care of them all and then managing your territory and businesses. The 7 great sect masters heaved a sigh of relief. It was just as they had guessed. Xiao Yang had the idea of annexing them. However, Xiao Yang had now offered price. As long as they took out 100 million spirit stones, they could avoid this disaster. All right, Supremacy Xiao is a straightforward person. We won't beat around the bush. Although 100 million spirit stones is a lot, we can grit our teeth and take it out. Master Yang immediately agreed. In the case of saving their lives, even if Xiao Yang made an even more outrageous request, they would agree shamefully. Master Qing hurriedly said to the other sect masters, "You all heard it. If you want to save your lives, your forces, your businesses, and your territory, you have to take out 100 million spirit stones. The 7 great sects will split the compensation equally. Do you have any objections?" The 7 great sect masters naturally did not dare to have any objections. After the discussion, Lord Qing said to Xiao Yang, "Venerable Xiao, please give us some time. I will ask someone to go back and bring the spirit stones." 100 million spirit stones was not a small number. Even if it was stored in a storage ring, it would take at least several storage rings. Xiao Yang wasn't in a hurry. He waited quietly. Reverend Rin had already thought through all of this, and he suddenly felt that even if he asked for 100 million spirit stones, it would still be a huge loss for him. This was clearly the best opportunity to annex the 7 great sections. If they missed this opportunity, they didn't know when the next one would come. He could only blame himself for being too short-sighted. He didn't even refute the other party's offer of 80 million spirit stones. If it were now, even if the other party offered 200 million spirit stones, he would still refuse. He looked at Xiao Yang guiltily and said, "Venerable Xiao, we've embarrassed you. We shouldn't have agreed to their compensation. We should have annexed their territory and forces." As soon as he said that, Venerable Ice, Venerable Flame, Venerable Sea, and the others immediately came to their senses. They widened their eyes and secretly regretted it. They looked at Xiao Yang guiltily. They were attracted by the 80 million spirit stones from the 7 great sects just now. They did not think about what would happen next at all. It was too embarrassing. How could they accomplish anything with this little bit of ambition? Xiao Yang chuckled and comforted them. "It's fine. The best part is yet to come." This made Venerable Rin and Venerable Sea look forward to it. Xiao Yang had never been a simple person. Since Xiao Yang decided to ask for 100 million spirit stones from the other party, Xiao Yang must have his own considerations. After waiting for about an hour, the 7 great sects brought their spirit stones one after another. A total of 100 million spirit stones were sent to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang accepted them without being polite and said, "You may leave. Remember, don't offend me if there's nothing. Of course, I don't mind if you want to give me more spirit stones." We won't dare. The 7 sect leaders hurriedly shook their heads and answered uneasily. If they offended him once, they would have to pay 100 million spirit stones. If they offended him a few more times, they would go bankrupt. They could not afford it. "Let's go." They hurriedly led their subordinates and left the place. They left in a hurry, afraid that Xiao Yang would go back on his words. After all, in the chaotic North Pole town, there were many people who went back on their words. They had to be careful. Seeing the 7 sect leaders leave with their subordinates, Venerable Rin felt it was a pity and said, "What a pity! This was a great opportunity." Venerable Sea and Venerable Ice felt the same way. Xiao Yang did not pay attention to them. He took out 50 million spirit stones and handed it to them. 5 great sects, 10 million spirit stones for each sect. Raise your cultivations well. With Wu Zun's cultivation, they might be able to call the wind and summon the rain in the North Pole town. However, in the North Pole city, Arcturus, Jigo sect, and a small family, they did not even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Xiao Yang's generosity immediately made Venerable Rin, Venerable Fire, and the others excited. Their eyes shone with excitement as they said gratefully, "Thank you, Master." Although the 10 million spirit stones were not for them, they could still get a lot of spirit stones. That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Xiao Yang wasn't a selfish person. They all felt lucky to be able to follow a lord who was so considerate of his subordinates. It was definitely a blessing that they had accumulated over 8 lifetimes. "Thank you, my lord. We will definitely live up to your expectations." Venerable Hai, Venerable Rin, and the others hurriedly half knelt on the ground and shouted gratefully. For 50 million spirit stones to buy their loyalty, Xiao Yang felt that it was worth it. Although he had already controlled their soul blood, which was equivalent to controlling their life and death, if they were not sincere in following him, then even if he carried out the plan, they might be half-hearted or hinder him. "Go! There is nothing for you to worry about now. Go do whatever you need to do." Xiao Yang waved at them, then turned and returned to the Blood Demon restaurant. Basically, all of his subordinates had gone into seclusion to cultivate, leaving him to guard such a big stall alone. Fortunately, he had enough cultivation to deter the rascals. Otherwise, there might be trouble. The 7 great sects had suffered heavy losses, but they probably would not provoke him for a while. Xiao Yang also had a rare moment of peace. After choosing a room, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. He used the law of cultivation. With the support of this law, he was constantly cultivating. The more he cultivated, the more familiar he was with the law of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and the dragoness came out of seclusion one after another. After returning from the cultivation valley, they entered the Blood Demon restaurant and could not wait to find Xiao Yang. They wanted to tell Xiao Yang the good news. After all, they had made a breakthrough in their cultivation. Cultivating in the middle stream realm meant that their cultivation speed was not something a lower stream realm cultivator could compare with. Chapter 903. As a matter of fact, Fiery Bird had successfully stepped into Wu Zun's realm and became a powerhouse. As for Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and Long Nu, they had also broken through and reached the 9th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. With just one more step, they would be able to reach Wu Zun's realm and become a supreme expert. They had been yearning for this day for a long time. Bloodthirsty Iceworm had also stepped into the 9th level of Martial Ancestor Realm. As long as it had enough poison, it could easily step into Wu Zun's realm. Xiao Yang had already awoken from his cultivation. Even though he had been cultivating for the past few days, he had actually left a third of his divine sense outside to prevent any unexpected events from happening. When he sensed that Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and the others had returned, he ended his cultivation. Even though he had only cultivated for a few days, his grasp of the various laws had improved. It was as if every breath he took contained the laws of heaven and earth. He slowly went downstairs to welcome his friends who had returned in high spirits. "Cousin, look at my cultivation. Isn't it amazing?" Lan Jiaoya was the first to see Xiao Yang. She couldn't wait to show off her cultivation so that Xiao Yang could know her progress and obtain praise and recognition. For example, when she wore new clothes when she was young, she couldn't wait for the whole village to know. "Big brother Xiao Yang, there's also mine." Gu Qianshan also couldn't wait to show off her beauty and released her 9th level Martial Ancestor Realm aura, causing many waiters to be shocked. "Young master, there's also me." Long Nu watched the two girls compete and couldn't help but also release her 9th level Martial Ancestor Realm aura, causing many guests in the restaurant to be shocked. Bloodthirsty Iceworm and Fiery Bird cried out a few times. They didn't understand Gu Qianshan, Lan Jiaoya, and Long Nu's actions. They wouldn't do such meaningless actions. After seeing Xiao Yang, they flapped their wings and immediately flew to Xiao Yang's shoulder. Their speed was several times faster than usual. From this, it could be seen that they had also made great progress. Looking at everyone's progress, Xiao Yang smiled with satisfaction and said indifferently, "I'm very good. You're all very good. Go, waiter, bring up some good wine and dishes. Treat them well. They haven't had a full meal for a few days. We have to let them have their fill." When the hotel staff heard the boss's instructions, he responded and immediately walked away. "Thank you, cousin." "Thank you, big brother Xiao Yang." "Thank you, young master." The three women were very happy. They happily sat down and glanced at Xiao Yang from time to time. When the food was served, they wolfed it down like a hurricane. They ate until they were full and burped, not caring about their ladylike image at all. "Cousin, did the 7 great sects come looking for trouble? You tell me and we'll deal with him." After Lan Jiaoya had her fill, she rubbed her stomach and asked Xiao Yang excitedly. Gu Qianshan and Dragon Lady also looked at Xiao Yang expectantly. They had just returned from their studies and naturally wanted to perform well, showing off their martial prowess and elegance. Xiao Yang waved his hand and said, "They're very well behaved. It's not your turn to deal with them. When the 5 sect masters come out, they'll come out." This immediately caused Gu Qianshan, Lan Jiaoya, and Dragon Lady to become dispirited, as if they had suffered a great blow. Xiao Yang didn't comfort them. In the end, the war between sects and various factions was a contest between peak experts. For example, when the 7 great sects came looking for trouble, Xiao Yang defeated them all by himself. If they hadn't tactfully paid compensation, the situation in the North Pole town would have been changed. This was the power of peak experts. It was also like the Poison sect, who had been in the limelight for a while in the lower realm. Although they had a lot of people and could do whatever they wanted in the lower realm, once the Jigo sect sent out a peak expert, the entire sect would have to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. One person was better than an entire sect. This was the power of peak experts. When the 5 sect masters came out of seclusion, they would probably be at the 3rd step of Wu Zun's level. At that time, they would be able to easily subdue the 7 great sects, and Xiaoyang wouldn't have to work so hard. Lan Jia, Gu Qianqian, and Dragon Lady were silent, as if their hearts had been struck 10,000 times. They had broken through and happily ran out, thinking that they would be able to obtain Xiaoyang's praise and affirmation. However, from the current situation, they were still too far away from Xiaoyang. If their cultivation had reached the 2nd or 3rd step of Wu Zun's level, then Xiaoyang wouldn't have said something like relying on the 5 great sect masters. In terms of their relationship with Xiaoyang, they were naturally closer. After all, they had been in contact with each other since Martial Yang City, who knew how many springs and autumns they had gone through together. Big brother Xiaoyang, we will work hard. Gu Qianqian's delicate face was filled with determination as she spoke seriously. Yes, we definitely won't be too far behind you. We will catch up. Lan Jiaoye hurriedly expressed her opinion. Xiaoyang nodded, knowing that they were being considerate. After all, increasing one's cultivation wasn't something that could be achieved through seclusion. Therefore, they still had to display their terrifying cultivation. After thinking about it, he said, the 5 great sect masters will probably come out of seclusion soon. When the time comes, follow them to meet the 7 great sections. Take advantage of the time now to practice your martial skills. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and Dragon Girl nodded and then returned to their rooms to practice their martial skills. After they had a new experience, they went out and went to an open area outside. They began to use their martial skills. Their martial skills released a sharp and domineering power, causing the surrounding area to rumble and the earth to tremble. Xiaoyang didn't follow them out. He had been a bit lazy recently because all the major businesses were running in an orderly manner. He didn't need to interfere with anything and just quietly waited for things to develop. After another day, the Blood Kaiser, Fire Kaiser, Mount Master, and the others came out of seclusion one after another. They came to the Blood Demon restaurant to visit Xiaoyang. Master, we have all made breakthroughs. Thank you for your guidance. The Mountain Master, the Fire Master, the Human Sect Master, and the other sect masters all smiled and looked at Xiaoyang gratefully. The Ice Master smiled shyly. It's good that you have gained something. Xiaoyang glanced at them with satisfaction and said calmly. Then he said, while you were in seclusion, the 7 great sect masters were restless and came to find trouble. However, they were beaten back. He gave a simple explanation. The Blood Kaiser, Mount Master, and the others all said, the 7 great sects are just small fries in our eyes. Master, don't worry, they dared to offend us. We will definitely make them pay the price. Now that they had all broken through to the 3rd stage of Wu Zun's terrifying realm, they couldn't wait to attack the 7 great sects and test the power of this realm. Chapter 904. Now that they had reached this level, they would even have the guts to attack the North Pole City, let alone the 7 sections. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with the 7 sects? Okay, you can go. However, you have to find another reason. You can't use the previous incident as an excuse. Xiaoyang didn't refuse them. It was only a matter of time before he unified the North Pole City. Last time, when the 7 sects joined forces to force him, Xiaoyang had already received hundreds of millions of spirit stones and promised to let this matter go. If he still used this incident as an excuse to attack them, it would be Xiaoyang going back on his word. Xiaoyang naturally didn't want to be a person who didn't keep his word. Yes, Master. We'll wait. Don't worry. We have ways to deal with the 7 sections. Kaiser Blood, the Mountain Master, and the other sect masters smiled and said they had stayed in the North Pole City for hundreds of years and had been in conflict with the 7 sects for decades. They knew each other's background, and it was easy for them to find trouble. Previously, the sects were in a stalemate because they couldn't defeat them in terms of high-level combat power. Now, they had returned and their cultivation had reached stage 3 of Wuzun. Annexing the 7 sects was just a matter of moving their fingers. Go. Xiao Yang waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. Yes, master. The 5 sect leaders stood up excitedly. Their morale was high, and they released a strong battle intent. They were stage 3 of Wuzun. They couldn't be underestimated. The aura they released was enough to crush 99% of the people in the North Pole City. The waiters and guests of the restaurant all felt a great pressure. After the 5 sect masters left, they heaved a sigh of relief. In the territory of the 7 sects alliance, the 7 sect masters gathered together with a heavy heart. Previously, they had joined forces to attack the Blood Demon restaurant, but they didn't expect that their efforts would be in vain. They even lost more than half of their wealth, which was a heavy blow to them. Now, they were already disunited. If this continued, they would have to disband the alliance, even if others didn't attack. Everyone, let's talk about it. You are all sect leaders. What should we do next? You should have a plan. Yang Zhu looked at them worriedly. Qing Zhu said faintly, It's obvious that we can't defeat Venerable Xiao and the others. The only thing we can do is to surrender or migrate. Everyone fell silent. Regardless of whether they migrated or surrendered, they would all go their separate ways and no longer form an alliance. Although there were many people in the alliance, once there were opinions, there would be arguments, and no one would be able to reach a consensus. If they did not form an alliance and maintain the independence of each sect, they would still be the leaders of their sects and would have the final say. No one wanted to be restrained. No one wanted to be restrained. Therefore, their meeting this time was very heavy. After sitting in silence for a long time, Yang Zhu murmured, Don't think that the North Pole town is just a town. Isn't there a big shots arrangement? Take your Clearwater cult, for example. Don't you have any big shots backing you? There's also your Qinkuan sect, White Cloud sect, Single Yuan sect, Heaven Vault sect, and Formless sect. Do you dare to say that no one from your sects interfered in the dark? Yang Zhu looked at them one after another. He would never believe that they did not have any big shots backing them. His Nine Yang sect was supported by an extremely powerful family. That family hoped that he could occupy some territory in the North Pole town. Then his Nine Yang sect would hand over some cultivation resources every month. If the Nine Yang sect needed help, his family could also provide help. To put it simply, these sects were basically the fangs and claws of the big families. Once the big families needed help, these sects would have to listen to their orders. These sects were difficult to resist because they were supported by the big families in the beginning. Moreover, each of the big families had powerful cultivators. Once they disobeyed the orders of the big families, they would most likely have to bear the wrath of the big families. The wrath of a powerful cultivator was not easy to bear. It might destroy the entire sect. Qing Zhu fell silent. He had nothing to say to Yang Zhu's question. They had been sect leaders for so many years. They knew their enemies well. There was no point in denying it. Yang Zhu, so you're saying that you're going to ask the big shots behind you to intervene? Qing Zhu asked. Under normal circumstances, the war in the North Pole town was only an internal war. Very few people would ask for outside help. Once they asked for help from the big shots behind them, they would have to pay a corresponding price. Moreover, with the appearance of these big shots, the situation in the North Pole town would change drastically. The town would also fall into an even more exaggerated chaos. Therefore, if it was not a matter of life and death, they would not easily ask for help from the big shots behind them. Yang Zhu slowly closed his eyes. He had a helpless expression on his face. He mumbled, Look, do we have a choice now? Master White, Master Yuan, Master Qian, and the other sect leaders fell silent. Their current situation was very bad. They were facing great danger. If they were not careful, their sect could be destroyed. Now that Venerable Zhao's forces had risen, they were suffocating. They had fallen to the point where they almost had to move or surrender. It was equivalent to losing the foundation that they had built for many years. They were very unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, the meeting decided that they would ask for help from the big shots behind them. They directly sent out communication jade slips during the meeting to inform the big shots behind them of the situation and their needs. Behind the 7 great sects stood 7 big forces. Among the 7 big forces, 5 were the 5 great aristocratic families of the North Pole City, and 2 were the mercenary corps of the Middle Pole City. Regardless of whether it was the 5 great aristocratic families of the North Pole City or the 2 mercenary corps, their strength was unquestionable. They had a martial arts Grandmaster 4th stage overseeing them, and they had many Wu Zun 3rd stage powerhouses under them. Once they asked for help, it would be easy to deal with Venerable Zhao and the 5 great sects. At that time, they could divide the territories and forces of the 5 great sects. It was because they saw the benefits that their eyes lit up and they agreed to do so. Although the jade slips had been sent out, it would still take some time for the big shots behind them to receive them and rush over. The 7 great sect leaders were not in a hurry. Instead, they were much more relaxed. Their expressions were not as worried as before. They seemed to be able to see the situation of the town that was about to change. They also seemed to be able to see the insufferably arrogant, venerable Zhao struggling under their feet. The 7 great sect leaders were very careless. For this reason, they decided to drink to their heart's content. Next, they would wait patiently for the big shots to appear. While they were drinking and chatting, Blood Kaiser, Mountain Master, Ice Master, Fire Master, and Human sect leader appeared in their headquarters and went straight to them. Of course, this mansion also had guards. However, those guards were nothing in the eyes of the big shots. Chapter 905. The 5 sect leaders easily entered and arrived in front of the 7 sect leaders of the alliance. Then, Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and Dragon Girl followed. When they came out of seclusion, they were full of ambition and wanted to try their skills. Later, Xiaoyang told them to bring them along when the 5 sect leaders took action. As a matter of fact, they followed the 5 sect masters and went straight to the base camp of the alliance of the 7 great sections. This was a mansion, the temporary headquarters of the 7 sect leaders. When Kaiser Blood, the Mountain Master, and the other sect leaders had entered, they had relied on their 3rd order martial honorables cultivation to fly in. They had completely ignored the guards of the mansion, and the guards of the mansion had not noticed them either. When Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and the others came, they were immediately discovered by the guards of the mansion. "Who are you? Don't you know you can't barge in here? Get out of here, or don't blame us for being rude." The guards shouted at Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and the others with a cold expression. They attacked the Blood Demon restaurant with the 7 sect leaders and suffered a great loss. They were still in a bad mood. "Oh, you don't even recognize me? Are you blind?" Lan Jiaoya sneered. The guard took a closer look and found these people familiar. Thinking carefully, weren't they the women by Venerable Zhao's side? He was so scared that he trembled. He hated himself for being careless just now. When he was in the Mountain Sea Inn, he also saw the terrifying skills of these women. "Ah, it's the little fairies. I'll go report." The guard was so scared that his face turned pale and his body trembled. He hurriedly smiled and tried to ease the tension between the 2 sides. Then he went into the mansion. However, when he turned around, he was caught by Gu Qianshan with her cultivation, making him unable to move. "No need for you to report. We can go in ourselves." Then he threw the rude guard far away and walked in leisurely with Lan Jiaoya and Dragon Girl. The guard saw them go in and felt bad. He hurriedly sent out a jade slip to notify the 7 sect leaders in the mansion. At the banquet in the backyard, Why are you here? How dare you? You're trespassing on someone else's residence. Are you not afraid of starting a war?" When Lord Yang, Lord Qing, Lord White, and the others saw the 5 sect masters who had joined Xiaoyang appear in front of them, they were all shocked and then furious. The reprimands and threats were overshadowed one after another. They were viciously cursing the 5 great cult masters. "All right, stop barking. You're as noisy as a pug." The Mountain Lord spoke calmly, unleashing Wu Zun's terrifying aura of a third-order warrior. The powerful aura crushed down, instantly scaring the 7 sect leaders. You! How could you?" Master Yang, Master Qing, and the rest of the 7 sect masters were so shocked that they were speechless. They looked at the mountain master in disbelief. It was unknown when this mountain chieftain had successfully advanced to the 3rd level of Wu Zun. This was truly astonishing. Before this, they were all standing on the same starting line. Unknowingly, the other party had taken such a huge lead. In front of a 3rd-order warrior like Wu Zun, they did not even have the strength to resist. Just look at how terrifying Xiaoyang was previously. He had suppressed the 7 great cult masters alone. "Are you surprised?" Kaiser Blood sneered. He then released Wu Zun's 3rd-order warrior aura, causing the 7 sect leaders to be unable to breathe. This is impossible. What the hell? Lord Yang, Master Qing, and the rest were shocked. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the Mountain Lord and Kaiser Blood in disbelief. If one of them had advanced, it would be fine. But now even Kaiser Blood had advanced. How was this possible? They would not believe it, even if they were beaten to death. "Hee, you're making a fuss out of nothing." The Fire Master laughed mockingly as he released the powerful aura of a 3rd-order martial honorable. His hair and robes fluttered in the wind, making him look majestic. "This can't be real. It must be fake. Am I dreaming?" Master Yang, Master Qing, Master White, and the rest of the 7 sect masters were dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak coherently. They stared blankly at their old opponents and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Could it be that the world had turned upside down? But why had his old rivals all broken through their cultivation, reaching a level that they didn't dare to imagine? Lord Ice and Lord Ren released Wu Zun's 3rd-order warrior aura, but the 7 sect leaders, who were dumbfounded, did not react. It was as if they were numb to it. How long had the 5 sect leaders followed revered Xiao? All of them had advanced to the next realm. This was the realm of cultivation. In the world of cultivation was the foundation of everything. They worked so hard to run their cult in order to obtain more cultivation resources and a better environment to improve their cultivation. But their old rivals had already advanced to the next realm. They almost could not help but join them. Compared to improving their cultivation, wealth and fame were nothing. I don't think I need to say anything more. As you can see, our advancement is all thanks to revered Zhao's guidance. If you want to be like us, then submit. Lord Mountain said calmly. Looking at their dazed expressions, he continued, "I won't force you. If you want to leave the North Pole town, we'll send you on your way. After all, we've been rivals for decades. Without you, I'm worried that I'll be lonely." No matter what, after today, the 7 sect leaders would either submit or leave. In the future, the North Pole town would only be ruled by one person, and that was Xiaoyang. Lord Yang and Lord Qing suppressed the excitement in their hearts. They swallowed their saliva and looked at Lord Mountain with excitement and anticipation. They asked, "If we submit, we can also have the opportunity to advance to the next realm." Kaiser Blood curled his lips and said impatiently, "We were only enlightened after we submitted. It's good that you don't believe it. You don't want to fight with us for the opportunity to be enlightened." This made Lord Yang, Lord Qing, and the other sect leaders anxious. They hurriedly said, "I'm willing to submit and pledge my loyalty to revered Xiao. I only want to be enlightened. Lord Mountain, Kaiser Blood, don't worry. I won't fight with you. I'll give you the opportunity first. Is that okay?" They could not resist the temptation of advancing to the next realm. They had worked hard all their lives for the sake of advancing to the next realm. Now that someone was willing to enlighten them, of course they were willing to do it. Moreover, the 5-stage 3 powerhouses of Wu Zun were in front of them. Even if they did not submit, they would not have a good life. If it was someone with a bad temper, Wu Zun would have killed them long ago. It was rare for Lord Mountain and Kaiser Blood to persuade them to submit. Chapter 906. The battle had ended before it even started. The 7 of them were not qualified to fight against the 5 sect masters who were at the 3rd rank of Wu Zun. They could only surrender, die, or leave this place and become ordinary people. Unfortunately, they had contacted the forces behind them. Once those forces came, they did not know what would happen. Thinking about it, Master Yang told the Hill Master, Kaiser Blood, and the others about the current situation. The Hill Master curled his lips and said, "Just send out another jade slip and say we don't need their help. It's so simple." Master Yang, Master Qing, and the others reacted one after another. They hurriedly took out the jade slip and sent it out again. Fortunately, they had sent out the jade slip not long ago. Otherwise, they would not be able to bear the sin of fooling the big shots behind them. "Okay, Hill Master, Kaiser Blood, bring us to meet Venerable Shao." Master Yang, Master Qing, and the others looked at the Hill Master, Kaiser Blood, and the others excitedly with anticipation. Okay. The Hill Master and Kaiser Blood nodded and left with the others. When they left the back garden and walked to the front yard, they heard the sounds of battle. It turned out that the mansion's shadow guards were fighting with Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and the Dragon Lady. Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and the Dragon Lady knew that the 5 sect masters had entered the mansion, so they wanted to help. The guards of the mansion had been beaten down by them. Anyone who dared to stop them was either dead or disabled. The rest of the people did not have the courage to stop them. When they were about to enter the back garden, they met the 3 shadow guards of the mansion. The 3 shadow guards were not weak. They had reached the 9th rank of martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, they were experienced 9th rank martial arts grandmasters. Therefore, in order to stop Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and the Dragon Lady, they decisively fought with the 3 women. What the 3 shadow guards did not expect was that the 3 women's cultivation was not inferior to theirs. This shocked them greatly. 6 9th rank martial arts grandmasters fought here until the 12 sect masters came out from the back garden. Lord Qing and Lord Yang immediately recognized Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and Long Nu. Their expressions greatly changed. One had to know that these 3 women were the closest to Venerable Shao. Offending these 3 women was the same as courting death. They were all looking forward to getting some pointers from Venerable Shao. Of course, they didn't want the shadow guards to ruin such a good opportunity. Just as they were about to stop the fight and even planned to punish the shadow protector to put on a show for Lan Jiaoya and the others to change their impression of them and win the favor of others, they were stopped by the Hill Master and Kaiser Blood. The mountain chieftain said, "Let them fight." Although Yang Zhu, Qing Zhu, and the others were surprised, they didn't stop him. Instead, they watched from the side and waited. As they looked at it, they could tell that it was not ordinary. A few days ago, when they saw Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and Long Nu, they were only at the 8th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Now, in such a short period of time, the 3 women's cultivation had increased by another level. Their cultivation speed was extremely fast. Other than sighing at Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianshan, and Long Nu's cultivation speed, they were even more shocked by the 3 women's combat strength. The 3 shadow guards were famous 9th level martial arts Grandmaster realm experts. Now, under the attacks of the 3 women, they were actually at a disadvantage. It was really unimaginable. Could it be that the people around Venerable Shao were all so powerful? They looked forward to Xiaoyang even more. According to their thoughts, they were going to follow Xiaoyang and travel the world. The more mysterious and powerful Xiaoyang was, the more loyal they would be. They all agreed on the principle that if they followed Xiaoyang, there would be meat to eat. The world was bustling for benefits, and the world was bustling for benefits. This was a principle that had never changed since ancient times. These three little fairies are really amazing. They have just reached the 9th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, but their combat strength is already so extraordinary. Yang Zhu, Qing Zhu, and the others sighed with emotion. The mountain chieftain was a little proud. He said, "After staying with Venerable Xiao for a long time, this kind of qualitative change will happen. You guys can do it too." This immediately made Yang Zhu, Qing Zhu, and the others excited. "Huh!" Lan Jiaye shouted as her delicate body flew into the air. She formed a seal with both of her hands and unleashed a skill that released a terrifying beam of light. The beam of light hit the shadow protector, causing it to be injured and retreat in defeat. Gu Qianqian and Long Nu also started to use their strongest killing moves, which were their trump cards. Her slender, jade-like fingers quickly formed a seal and threw out an astonishing ball of light. The ball of light shot out at an extremely fast speed and arrived in front of her opponent in the blink of an eye. Then the ball of light exploded, releasing a powerful shock wave. This powerful shock wave swept across the shadow guards, causing them to be seriously injured and fly out. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianqian, and Long Nu were very excited. They were so excited that their faces were a little red. Yay! They clapped their hands and then used their movement techniques. They planned to take the opportunity to get rid of the 3 hateful shadow guards. However, just as they were about to kill, they were stopped by the mountain chieftain. 3 little fairies, don't kill them. These are all experts. They will follow Venerable Xiao in the future. The more internal strife, the weaker the North Pole town will be. Lan Jiaoye glanced at the mountain chieftain, Kaiser Blood, and the others. Then she curled her lips and shrugged. She didn't kill them and retreated. Since it's like this, then forget it. Okay, let's go. Lan Jiaoye said happily with a proud expression. She had beaten them and tested her strength. She was very satisfied with her performance. If they didn't kill them, then so be it. They weren't cruel people anyway. Blood Demon Restaurant. The group returned. Qing Zhu, Yang Zhu, and the others couldn't wait to meet Xiaoyang. After Xiaoyang knew their purpose, he acquiesced to meet them. In a private room on the 2nd floor, Xiaoyang sat on the high seat and looked at the 20 sect leaders calmly. He was a little emotional. He remembered that when he first came to the North Pole town, the North Pole town was controlled by the 12 sect leaders. Now, in less than half a month, these sect leaders were fighting to be the first to come to him. "Greetings, Venerable Xiao." The 12 sect leaders saluted respectfully. Xiaoyang nodded and waved his hand, indicating that they could dispense with the formalities. He said indifferently, "I already know why you're here. I've also seen through your cultivation techniques, and even the flaws. I have my own ways to resolve the drawbacks. However, I need to see your sincerity. I don't want to nurture an ingrate that will bite me." We understand. The 7 sect leaders hurriedly smiled and said. Then they put 2 fingers together and pointed at their foreheads. They took out the soul blood and sent it to Xiaoyang. Chapter 907. The previous 5 sect masters, such as Kaiser Blood, Mountain Master, Ice Master, Fire Master, and Sect Masterin, were no exception, let alone them. Xiaoyang didn't stand on ceremony. After taking the 7 drops of soul blood, he sent out 7 jade slips that he had prepared long ago, which landed in the hands of the 7 sect masters. The 7 sect masters received them with both hands and couldn't wait to read them. When they saw the contents, they were instantly excited and couldn't help but be overjoyed. They hurriedly cupped their fists at Xiaoyang to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Master. We will do our best to serve you." The 7 sect masters were extremely excited and grateful. "Go and cultivate in seclusion. When I need you, I'll call you." Xiaoyang asked them to leave. After that, Xiaoyang's gaze fell on the Mountain Master, Kaiser Blood, and the other sect masters. The 5 sect masters noticed Xiaoyang's gaze and hurriedly stood up straight as if they were going to be examined. "Ask your venerables to come over," Xiaoyang ordered calmly. The 5 sect masters were immediately energized and excited. How could they not understand Xiaoyang's meaning? That was to nurture the martial saints under their command. Wu Zun under their command were all people who had followed them to the south and had formed a deep friendship with them. They didn't know how to cultivate people, so Xiaoyang was the most suitable. "Thank you, Master," they said gratefully. When the human venerables, ocean venerables, fire venerables, ice venerables, and blood venerables arrived, Xiaoyang made improvements based on their cultivation methods and drawbacks. From there, he concluded a new cultivation method. They cultivated what Xiaoyang taught them and improved rapidly. In less than a week, Wu Zun broke through one after another and reached the 2nd level of Wu Zun. When Lord Qing and Lord Yang received the news, they were both shocked and hastened their cultivation. The venerables, like the human venerable, the ocean venerable, and the blood venerable, were all a level lower than them. Now, these venerables were catching up to them, which naturally made them feel pressured. They were used to being mighty and awe-inspiring. If there came a day when even their subordinates overthrew them and trampled them under their feet, they naturally wouldn't be able to bear it. Lan Jiaoye, Gu Qianshan, and Dragon Lady returned to Xiaoyang's side. For the past few days, they had been accompanying Xiaoyang and receiving guidance from Xiaoyang. When they found out that the various martial honorables had increased their cultivation, they were also greatly moved, especially when Lord Qing, Lord Yang, and the other sect masters came out of seclusion and released the aura of Wu Zun's Stage 3 cultivation base. They were completely tempted and decided to go into seclusion again. Under Xiaoyang's leadership, the North Pole town's overall strength soared. Because the town had been unified, there were no more conflicts or wars. The townspeople were able to rest and recuperate, and they were all very happy to support Xiaoyang's domination of the town. Now that the situation in the North Pole town has stabilized and everything is under control, it's time for the poison sect to come up. Xiaoyang pondered for a long time before finally coming to a decision. That was to tell the poison sect to come up. The spirit chi of the lower realm couldn't compare to that of the middle realm. Once the lower realm geniuses obtained the cultivation environment of the middle realm, their cultivation would soar. Xiaoyang sent a signal to the poison sect. The poison sect was quick to respond. Xiaoyang didn't have to wait long before he received the first group of poison sect brothers from the lower realm. They were Gu Shanhe, Gu Shanqing, Qin Jifu, Li Qinghe, Fang Zihan, Lu Quan, Butianlang, and other familiar companions. Senior brother Xiaoyang. They all looked excitedly at Xiaoyang. Ever since they'd entered the middle realm, they'd sensed the dense spirit chi around them and wanted nothing more than to enter seclusion to raise their cultivation. But when they thought about how they'd been separated from Xiaoyang for so long, they decided it was best to see Xiaoyang first. If Xiaoyang hadn't sent a signal to the poison sect, they wouldn't have had the chance to enter the middle realm at all. All of this was thanks to Xiaoyang. Qinghe, Shanhe, Shanqing, Jifu, Zihan, Tianlang, Lu Quan, you're all here. Xiaoyang was also very happy to see this group of familiar friends. Back then, they'd been the vanguard when they'd consulted the alliance of evil cultivators. Back then, they'd been high-spirited and full of pride. Unfortunately, those glorious days had already passed. Senior brother Xiao, you've made a name for yourself. You've made a name for yourself. You've reached the middle stream realm all by yourself. And you've even managed to take down the entire North Pole town. We all admire you, and so do our fellow disciples of the Poison Sect, the Tao Sect, the Sun Moon Star Sect, and the other lower stream sections. The 8 lower stream sects have already established diplomatic relations with the Poison Sect, and I'm guessing that they'll want to reach the middle stream realm as well. That's right, Senior Brother Xiao. The sect head and his wife were so excited that they couldn't sleep. Whenever you were mentioned, they'd get excited. Senior brother Shao, you don't know this, but all of your subordinates were clamoring to follow you. As for the sect's affairs, they can do whatever they want. They don't even care about their high positions and power. All they want is to enter the middle realm. Senior brother Shao, the middle realm is truly extraordinary. The density of spirit energy here is many times higher than the lower realm. If you cultivate here, you'll definitely make rapid progress. Xiaoyang smiled as he listened to Qin Jifu, Gu Shanqing, Li Qinghe, and the others. He'd been away from the poison sect for a while now, so he missed them. He slowly said, "Don't worry, they'll all come up one after another. When the time comes, we'll make the middle realm our base of operations and develop the poison sect." Good, that's a good idea. We'll do our best to help. Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, Lu Quan, Bu Tianling, and the others hurriedly agreed. This was a very glorious mission. Once completed, their names would be immortalized for hundreds of generations. The most important thing was to satisfy their hearts and give them the opportunity to make great contributions. Xiao Yang fished out 20 million spirit stones and distributed them to them. Take these spirit stones first. Cultivate in the North Pole town for a while and familiarize yourself with the environment here. I believe you'll make rapid progress if you cultivate here. Once you've adapted to the spirit energy here, go to the cultivation valley to cultivate. That cultivation valley is like the secret realm of the North Pole town. Do your best to raise your cultivation. Yes, Senior Brother Shao. We were thinking the same thing. We can't wait to enter secluded cultivation. The dense spirit energy here is too attractive. Li Qinghe, Gu Shanqing, and the others hurriedly agreed. They didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the spirit stones Xiaoyang gave them. These spirit stones could be described as an ocean. They'd never seen so many spirit stones in the lower realm, so they were shocked. Chapter 908. They chose the Mountain Sea Inn and the Blood Demon in respectively and entered a state of cultivation. Once they got used to the spiritual energy in the North Pole town, they entered the cultivation valley to cultivate and break through their cultivation realms. A few days later, the second group of poison sect members arrived. Lin Xiaoji, Qian Jizi, Lu Jiejie, Lu Pinghong, Wang Kaixin, Zhan Ruxue, Xia Hozi, Supervisor Zhang, Yao Qin, Pang Duan, Balding Fong, and the others. This group used to be from the lower stream Heaven sect. Later, Heaven sect submitted to the Poison sect and became a branch of the Poison sect. Now, they belong to the Poison sect as well. Brother Shao, long time no see. I missed you to death. Zhan Ruxue was excited to see Xiaoyang. He rushed over and hugged Xiaoyang. Yao, Chen, Pang Dashin, Pang Duan, and the others also looked at Xiaoyang with joy. Back then, Xiaoyang had used a fake identity to get to know them. That fake identity was Bai Xiaochun. Now that so much time had passed and Heaven sect had become a branch of the Poison sect, there was no need to hide the secret anymore. Besides, Zhan Ruxue had already seen through the trick. He was just exposing it now. Although Balding Fong, Supervisor Zhang, and the others vaguely knew that Xiaoyang was by Xiaochun, they still couldn't believe it when they heard Zhan Ruxue call Xiaoyang by name. Senior Brother Shao, were you really the one who pretended to be by Xiaochun back then? You deceived us so badly that we shed so many tears for you. We thought you'd left us for good. Who would have thought you were the famous Xiaoyang? Senior Brother Shao, you don't know, but you've become a legend in the lower stream realm. No one from the lower stream realm has ever dared to establish a base in the middle stream realm and even succeeded. You're the first. Being able to meet you is the honor of 10 lifetimes. Balding Fong, Pang Duan, Pang Dashin, and the others spoke excitedly. Xiaoyang was a little embarrassed and smiled bashfully. He'd used Bai Xiaochun's identity to deceive them back then, but now that he'd uncovered the secret, they could still be friends. Naturally, he couldn't ask for anything more. It's my fault, my fault. How about I drink 3 cups of wine and have a meal, first as punishment? Xiao Yang smiled happily. Pang Dewan, Supervisor Zhang, and the others all agreed loudly. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Jean Rushues said, "The environment of the middle zone is much better than the lower zone. I have to make the best use of my time to cultivate. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with your footsteps." With him taking the lead, Supervisor Zhang, Little Monkey Yao Qin, and the others successively proposed the idea of cultivation. Xiao Yang was naturally happy to see them improve. He took out tens of millions of spirit stones and gave them to them, instructing them to focus on their cultivation. The 3rd and 4th batches of disciples from the poison sect came up one after another. The 10 pavilion heads, the sect head's wife, Ling Long, honored sun, honored moon, honored star, great honored lord, 2nd honored lord, 3rd honored lord, scarlet flame, Star City lord, and the others came up one after another. He chatted with Xiao Yang again. "Good lad, you took down the North Pole town without a sound. You're really something." Scarlet Flame patted Xiao Yang's shoulder and praised him. Xiao Yang giggled foolishly and hurriedly toasted them. The sect head and his wife looked at Xiao Yang with gratified expressions. They felt proud and excited to have this disciple. "Disciple, we only came up to see you. We still have to manage the affairs of the lower zone, or there'll be trouble. Once we're done with the matters below, we'll come up to accompany you." The sect head spoke slowly. Ling Long also gave Xiao Yang a few words of advice. She told Xiao Yang not to be arrogant and conceited, and to cultivate well and take care of his body. Xiao Yang was like a child, nodding repeatedly in response before sending them off. Too many people had come up from the poison sect during this time, causing it to be a little deserted. Anyone who'd reached the middle zone didn't want to go back to the lower zone, so they could only trouble the sect head and his wife. The Xiao family from Donglin town of Marshallyong City and the Lan family from Marshallyong City were also sent to the middle stream Arctic town in batches. Xiao Wangu and Lan Shiming finally saw the sun they'd missed day and night. They sighed with emotion. Xiao Yang also hurriedly bowed to them and paid his respects to his parents. The family of 3 enjoyed a moment of warmth. Because there were too many people coming up, they still needed Xiao Yang to make arrangements. Xiao Yang had them stay in a small courtyard before leaving. When the 2-headed king snake saw Xiao Yang again, it couldn't help but try to curry favor with him. Then it played with the bloodthirsty ice worm and fiery bird. The former Xiao family head Xiao Wanyan and pharmacy manager Xiao Rixing were received by Xiao Yang one after another. They sighed with emotion as Xiao Yang took care of their basic necessities and lodging. The younger generations Xiao Jingtian, Xiao Qingmu, Li Dazue, Xiao Pai, Xiao Daliai, and Xiao Qinggong immediately called Xiao Yang boss after seeing him, acting as his underlings. Xiao Chen, Xiao Donglai, and Xiao Feilai, on the other hand, maintained their status and met Xiao Yang as equals before dispersing. The Xiao families Danwu and Yao Lao had always been looking forward to seeing Xiao Yang. It wasn't that they missed Xiao Yang, but that their alchemy research had reached a bottleneck. So when they saw Xiao Yang, they immediately asked Xiao Yang for advice on alchemy. Only the younger generation of the Lan family came up. Lan Duofu, Lan Duogue, Lan Duokai, and Lan Jiaoshui greeted Xiao Yang and wanted to find Lan Jiaya. When they found out that Lan Jiaya was in closed-door cultivation, they also chose to go into closed-door cultivation. They who were in the lower realm knew that spirit energy was hard to come by. They were used to poor spirit energy, so when they suddenly encountered such rich spirit energy, they couldn't help but cultivate crazily. This led to their cultivations breaking through one after another, and their overall strength was greatly improved. No matter if they stayed in the middle realm or returned to the lower realm, they would all have a great future. The peaceful life in the North Pole town wasn't permanent. In less than a month, it was destroyed. The reason for this was because the supporters of the human sect had discovered that the human sect had betrayed them and no longer listened to their commands. So in anger, they threatened to personally go to the North Pole town to eradicate the human sect and teach the human sect a lesson. In addition to the revelation of the human sect's betrayal, the supporters of the Fire Lord, Ice Lord, Blood Lord, Qing Lord, Yang Lord, and the rest of the 12 sect leaders had also discovered that the sects that used to listen to them had betrayed them. This damaged their prestige and also their interests. So they decided to personally go to the North Pole town and teach the 12 sect leaders a lesson. The first to arrive were the envoys of the North Pole town's 10 great families, followed by the envoys of the 2 Middle Realm mercenary groups. Without exception, they strongly requested for the 12 sect leaders to meet. These envoys' cultivations were all at the second stage of Wu Zun's level. Although their cultivations weren't very high, after entering the North Pole town, they acted arrogantly and bossed people around. They didn't like this and that, and they were so hot that even the heavens hated them. Chapter 909. In the end, they met the 12 sect leaders at the Blood Demon restaurant. In front of Xiaoyang, they reprimanded them loudly, saying that they were disobedient dogs and wanted to rebel against the heavens. As dogs, they had to have the awareness of a dog. The 12 sect leaders looked at them as if they were looking at idiots, not putting them in their eyes at all. In the past, their cultivations were weak and the 12 sects were scattered, so they were afraid of them. But now, the North Pole town had been unified, and even their cultivations had been promoted to the 3rd stage of Wu Zun. What was there to be afraid of? They were also ambitious people. When they had enough cultivation to intimidate others, they wanted to occupy more territory and expand their forces. Obviously, their next step was the North Pole town. They couldn't stand these envoys being so arrogant here. But Xiaoyang didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to move. What, are you deaf? Not talking? Do you think your wings are strong and you have the ability to escape from our control? Let me tell you, destroying you is just a matter of turning my palm. Xiaoyang blinked, looked at them calmly, and said coldly, "Who are you people? How dare you be so arrogant here?" When the 12 envoys heard the voice, they looked at Xiaoyang. Seeing that Xiaoyang was so young, they immediately looked down on him. For experts like them, who were at the 2nd stage of Wu Zun, which one of them wasn't close to 100 years old. One of the envoys said disdainfully, "Who are you? Don't you know that we are discussing things here? You're still sitting here and being an eyesore. If you don't dare to come in, get out. Do you believe that I won't teach you a lesson?" He thought that dealing with Xiaoyang was just a matter of moving his fingers. In his opinion, other than the 12 sect leaders of the North Pole town, the others couldn't withstand a single blow and weren't his match at all. He didn't mind teaching Xiaoyang a lesson to let Xiaoyang know how powerful they were and take the opportunity to intimidate the 12 sect leaders. "Yes, I really want to see how powerful you are." Xiaoyang pretended to be ignorant and said coldly, "Haha." That arrogant emissary immediately laughed. As he laughed, the other emissaries laughed as well. They laughed at Xiaoyang's ignorance. He actually dared to offend Wu Zun's 2nd order envoy. Wasn't this courting death? Very well. Since you want it, I'll fulfill your wish. The emissary circulated his cultivation and sneered. He formed a seal with both hands, condensing a beam of light that shot toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't even blink as he quietly watched the light attack. Just as this light approached Xiaoyang's body, it was instantly absorbed by the heaven-grade magic treasure within Xiaoyang's body. His physical defense was monstrous, and even a Type 3 Wu Zun might not be able to break through his defense, not to mention a mere Type 2 Wu Zun. Just as the emissaries were about to laugh at him, they suddenly noticed Xiaoyang's strange behavior. They couldn't help but widen their eyes, and their faces revealed expressions of disbelief. That Wu Zun's 2nd order attack couldn't hurt Xiaoyang at all. This was simply unbelievable. Although the emissary didn't use his full strength, it was at least a Type 2 Wu Zun's terrifying power. Even they didn't dare to take it head-on. The Yi family emissary let out a soft cry of surprise as he watched his attack disappear silently. There was definitely something strange about this. Even the other 11 emissaries noticed that something was wrong and looked at Xiaoyang in shock. The attack must be real and couldn't be faked. The fact that Xiaoyang was able to resolve it so easily proved that Xiaoyang's strength was much higher than they had imagined. They didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. With Xiaoyang sitting here, the 12 sect leaders didn't have any objections. It was clear that they approved of Xiaoyang's existence. The family emissary couldn't take it anymore. In front of so many sect leaders and emissaries, he actually failed in front of Xiaoyang. Wasn't this shameful? He immediately became ferocious and arrogantly pointed at Xiaoyang, roaring, "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't get out of here, I'll let you bleed." Xiaoyang blinked and looked seriously at this Yi family emissary, coldly saying, "Who do you think you are? Do you believe that I won't throw you out of the Blood Demon restaurant with a single order? What guts? I want to see who dares to make a move against me. I don't believe it. If you have the guts, just give the order and see." The Yi clan's emissary seemed to have been provoked as he spoke arrogantly, and he looked proudly at Xiaoyang. He didn't believe that Xiaoyang had this ability at all. "I've seen people who want to die, but I've never seen someone who wants to die like you. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." Xiaoyang mocked. Then he said softly, "If this emissary wants to be thrown out, then you'll have to work hard and throw him out." "Yes, master." The 12 sect leaders heard the order and responded. One after another, they unleashed their cultivation of the 3rd level of Wu Zun. A powerful aura and pressure enveloped the entire place, causing the 12 emissaries to be shocked. Their expressions changed greatly, and their hearts were filled with fear. They had always thought that these 12 sect leaders only had the cultivation of the 2nd level of Wu Zun, so they talked to them as equals and even scolded them with a superior attitude. But they didn't expect that they had unknowingly advanced to the 3rd level of Wu Zun. They were so scared that they subconsciously swallowed their saliva and felt their mouths dry. If these 12 sect leaders made a move against them, they would definitely return with their lives. They were still living well and didn't want to die. You've all broken through your cultivation." The Yi family emissary's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He stared at them in disbelief. His eyes widened and his breathing quickened. He felt that it was too unbelievable. No wonder these sect leaders dared to be so arrogant and didn't put them in their eyes. It turned out that they already had the ability to challenge them. The Yi family emissary secretly regretted. If he knew that today was different from the past, he definitely wouldn't be so high profile. However, now that he was arrogant, as the emissary of the North Pole City's Yi family, could it be that he had to lower his head and admit defeat? He pretended to be confident and snorted coldly. "Let me tell you, I'm from the North Pole City's Yi family. Are you sure you want to attack? Once you anger the North Pole City's Yi family, the Yi family will send out their almighty and destroy your North Pole town in minutes." Oh, the Yi family seems to be very impressive. The corners of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up into a mocking smile, but he didn't take the other party's threat seriously. "Attack!" He waved his hand. In an instant, the 12 sect leaders released an unstoppable force that acted on the Yi family emissary's body. The Yi family emissary cried out in shock and felt that his body was out of control. Then he was thrown out of the Blood Demon restaurant. The Yi family supported the human sect. They had been criticizing the human sect behind their backs and asking for all kinds of cultivation resources. They were treating the human sect as a tool to make money, which annoyed the human sect leader. Chapter 9:10. Now that the 12 great sects were unified, there was no need to worry about their attacks. Therefore, the forces behind them were dispensable. After unification, the overall strength of the North Pole town was not inferior to the Yi family. There was no need to be afraid of the Yi family. The problem was that the Yi family had Wu Zun, a stage 5 almighty. They had already informed Xiaoyang of the situation. Xiaoyang told them not to worry, which was why they dared to attack the Yi family's messenger. Ah, you will regret this. The Yi clan's envoy was still in midair. He was so angry that he couldn't help but curse out loud. Then his body fell to the ground, making a dull sound. Following that, he screamed in pain and hurriedly got up and ran away. The 12 sect leaders didn't kill him. Otherwise, the Yi family's messenger wouldn't have survived. They just wanted to tell the Yi family that they were no longer under their control. They were no longer their dogs, no longer their money-making tools. They hoped that the Yi family would take care of themselves. With the defeat of the Yi family's messenger, the other 11 messengers also knew the 12 sect leaders' courage and strength. Of course, they didn't dare to challenge them arrogantly. They changed from their arrogant reprimand to smiling apologetically. Sect leaders, it was a misunderstanding. Believe in our friendliness. We came with good intentions. They didn't want to be thrown out like the Yi family's messenger. Regardless of whether they could continue to control them in the end, they had to calm them down first. They would discuss countermeasures when they returned. Oh, is that so? I remember that you called us dogs just now. We had to eat your bones according to your mood. Sect leader Rin sneered and retorted. Among the 12 messengers, not only was the Yi family's messenger cursing, but they were also very good at it. They looked like they were the best in the world. Everyone had to eat according to their mood. Cough, cough, that was a joke. It was an accident. Immediately, an emissary awkwardly explained. Although this reason was a little weak, at least it gave them a way out of the situation and eased the conflict between the two sides. Xiao Yang couldn't be bothered with them. He said decisively, "Okay, go back and tell your bamboo that the North Pole town will be unified in the future. Any external forces that want to invade will have to be prepared to die. We won't send you off." Yes, we will leave now. These envoys couldn't wait to leave this place. In any case, they already knew the extent of their strength, and the information that they needed to collect was more or less collected, so there was no point in staying any longer. It was better to report this information as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to spread the information, but he would also lose his life here. After watching the representatives of these forces leave, Xiaoyang said, "Go and do what you need to do. Manage the Arctic town well. Now that it's unified, it's better than when you were dividing it." "Yes, my lord." The 12 cult masters responded and left one after another. Xiaoyang stood in front of the window and looked at the scenery outside. He murmured, "It's time for me to cultivate." Ever since the 7 sects had submitted to him, Xiaoyang had obtained a large amount of rare poisons from their treasure vaults. With these poisons, he was confident that he could advance further. In this chaotic cultivation world, only those with sufficient cultivation strength could protect themselves and others. After Xiaoyang made his decision, he immediately left the Blood Demon restaurant and headed for the Cultivation Valley. The reason why the Cultivation Valley became the secret realm of the Arctic town was because of the dense spirit energy there. The reason why Xiaoyang went to the Cultivation Valley was not because of the spirit energy there, but because of the defensive restrictions there. If one cultivated there, they would be protected by formations and restrictions. This was also the reason why many people chose the Cultivation Valley. The Cultivation Valley originally belonged to a certain sect. Now that Xiaoyang was the true owner of the Cultivation Valley, he immediately studied all kinds of restrictions and formations, and the control was also in his hands. As long as Xiaoyang was willing, he could instantly activate the formations to destroy the Cultivation Valley. He could also activate the formations to instantly provide a large amount of spirit energy to a cave. Simply put, everything in the Cultivation Valley was under Xiaoyang's control. After passing through the entrance of the Cultivation Valley, the guards immediately saluted Xiaoyang. The guard was the one Xiaoyang met when he first came to the Arctic town. "My lord." That person greeted him respectfully. Xiaoyang nodded and then entered. The guard could not help but sigh. When he first saw Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang was just a poor boy with nothing. In this divided Arctic town, he had nothing. But in such a short time, this Xiaoyang was actually the owner of the cultivation valley. No, to be exact, he was the owner of the Arctic town. He unified the entire Arctic town and did something that no one had been able to do for hundreds of years. He also admired Xiaoyang and was willing to follow such an overlord expert. After Xiaoyang entered the cultivation valley, he naturally chose a cave with a powerful restriction. As for whether the spirit energy was dense or not, he did not care at all. The advancement of his cultivation realm was mainly dependent on poison, not spiritual qi. After entering the cave, he began to adjust his body and mind, allowing himself to be in a peaceful state. Then he took out the rare poisons he had collected from his storage ring and consumed them one by one. Then he circulated the heaven-devouring poison tyrannical art and continuously refined the poisons, slowly increasing his cultivation. Because he had collected enough poisons, it could be described as an ocean. So many of the poisons did not require the bloodthirsty iceworm to refine. Of course, during this period, the bloodthirsty iceworm had also refined a lot of poisons, but they had been stored by Xiaoyang all this time, waiting for this day. The bloodthirsty iceworm had already advanced from the 9th stage of the martial ancestor realm to Wuzun, because he had refined dozens of rare and overbearing poisons from the 7 major sects. It had increased its cultivation. The focus of Xiaoyang's breakthrough this time was also placed on these dozens of violent and overbearing poisons. The poisons that he was consuming now were only slightly milder in nature. Flamingo, use your flames of nihility to assist me, Xiaoyang instructed. Flamingo immediately flew up and opened its mouth to spit out a large amount of flames of nihility. These flames of nihility were extremely overbearing. It looked as if they were burning a person's body, but in reality, they were highly toxic and constantly nibbling away at a person's body and spirit. After reaching the level of Wuzun, the flames of nihility that Flamingo spat out were even more powerful and overbearing. An ordinary Wuzun would have to avoid it if they saw it. Xiaoyang already had an antibody against the flames of nihility. These flames of nihility were not very useful to Xiaoyang, but even a mosquito leg was meat, so Xiaoyang did not plan to let it go. Furthermore, it was rare for him to have time to enter the cultivation valley, so Xiaoyang naturally hoped that Flamingo would cultivate with him. When Flamingo spat out the flames of nihility, it needed to consume its own demonic aura. This required it to constantly absorb spirit energy to replenish it. Chapter 9:11. For Xiaoyang, this was the best of both worlds. After cultivating for a while and refining a lot of poison, he felt that it was about time. He called the bloodthirsty iceworm and said, "Bloodthirsty iceworm, that's enough. Give me your newly purified poison." The bloodthirsty iceworm squeaked and immediately flew out, releasing a shocking amount of poison. After the poison was purified, its toxicity increased by several times. Even a powerhouse of the 3rd step like Wuzun would find it troublesome to deal with. Only a monster like Xiaoyang dared to absorb and refine it. The bloodthirsty iceworm's original function was to purify poison. By continuously purifying the poison, its cultivation would slowly improve. The higher the level of the poison it purified, the faster its cultivation speed would be. Xiaoyang couldn't help but groan when he suddenly absorbed these tyrannical and violent poisons. Because these poisons were too strong, they were like rebellious and unruly rebels, constantly destroying Xiaoyang's body. And Xiaoyang just happened to need such powerful and unruly poisons. After feeling that the poison was gradually saturated, he immediately activated the poison vein in his body, using it to store the poisons, and then refined and absorbed them one by one. As Xiaoyang cultivated to the end, his aura of the 3rd step of Wu Zun's cultivation suddenly changed. A terrifying aura was released from his body and spread out. In the blink of an eye, it spread throughout the entire cultivation valley, alarming many people. After this majestic aura swept through the entire cultivation valley, it didn't stop. It continued to spread until it covered the entire North Pole town. In the North Pole town, after feeling this tyrannical aura, many Wu Zun's second and third step powerhouses were shocked. Their expressions changed greatly, thinking that something unexpected had happened. When they all knew that this was the aura released by Xiaoyang while cultivating in the cultivation valley, they all breathed a sigh of relief, followed by shock and joy. Judging from this aura, Xiaoyang was about to enter the fourth step of Wu Zun's cultivation. They were looking forward to it. They had already submitted to Xiaoyang and pledged their loyalty to Xiaoyang. Only by pledging their loyalty would their lives be safer and their chances of winning the next challenge would be higher. This was not the main point. The main point was that Xiaoyang had a unique vision and knew how to nurture people. The higher Xiaoyang's cultivation was, the greater the chances of them improving. Everyone wanted to become stronger. Becoming stronger was everything. Only when their master became stronger would their subordinates become stronger as well. Thinking of this, they were all excited. They could foresee that in the future, they would also become Type 4 powerhouses like Wu Zun, and this dream would come true soon. It seems that pledging our loyalty to the Lord is undoubtedly a wise choice, a wise decision. That's right. The Lord is so young, but He has already walked ahead of us and even guided us in our cultivation. Only by following the Lord will our future be limitless. That makes sense. I am even more determined to follow the Lord. Thinking back to when we worked for the big families in North Pole City, they always looked down on us and only treated us as tools to earn money. They didn't even look us in the eye, let alone guide us in our cultivation. Now this Lord is not simple. If we follow Him, we are all subordinates of the dragon. If we miss this opportunity, we will be ordinary people for the rest of our lives. The 12 sect leaders of Wu Zun's third step conversed with their divine sense. All of them praised Xiaoyang's cultivation talent and cultivation progress. They were also happy that they could have such an opportunity to follow Xiaoyang. After some discussion, they were even more determined to follow Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, who was in the cultivation valley, did not know about the changes outside. He was still immersed in his cultivation, concentrating on operating his cultivation method. Every breakthrough would bring with it a certain amount of risk. The higher the cultivation, the greater the risk when breaking through. So he had to be careful and would not be careless just because the path was smooth. He had always been a cautious person. After refining the poison provided by the bloodthirsty iceworm, he took out the poison he had stored before and continued to refine and absorb it. As he absorbed more and more of the toxins, his cultivation base continued to soar. In the blink of an eye, it soared to the peak of Wu Zun's third step, only one step away from Wu Zun's fourth step. Cultivation law. Xiaoyang murmured and used the cultivation law. With the activation of this law, his cultivation speed doubled again. Boom! A muffled sound seemed to come from his divine sense, as if a door had been opened. He suddenly saw the light, as if he had entered a new world. It made him feel comfortable and his meridians were unobstructed. At this moment, he had successfully stepped into the ranks of Wu Zun's fourth step. He slowly opened his eyes, and there was a bright light in his eyes. With a glance, he seemed to be able to see through all barriers and nothingness. His vision directly saw outside the Blood Demon restaurant and even the entire North Pole town. As for his hearing, as long as he willed it, he could also hear all the sounds in the North Pole town. The benefits of this breakthrough were immeasurable. The most important thing was that Xiaoyang had mastered the power of law. At the moment of enlightenment, he became more familiar with the law of physical body, cultivation law, strength law, attack law, thunder law, teleportation law, and other laws. His familiarity with them had reached 90%. This was the symbol of Wu Zun's fourth step. As long as he completely mastered these laws, he could completely step into Wu Zun's fifth step and become a powerful existence above tens of thousands of people. With the knowledge and experience of his previous life, Xiaoyang knew that Wu Zun's fifth step would be a watershed in the cultivation realm. This was because Wu Zun's fifth step would control the power of origin. Only by mastering all the laws would he be able to touch the power of origin. The power of origin. Xiaoyang muttered to himself, and he was looking forward to it. Only after mastering the power of origin would he truly rise. Many of Xiaoyang's subordinates were Wu Zun, and even Wu Zun's second and third steps. However, in the eyes of a Wu Zun's fifth step powerhouse who had mastered the power of origin, cultivators below Wu Zun's fourth step were all ants. This was because the two sides were no longer on the same level. When people below the martial arts grandmaster used martial skills, they used the power of their cultivation. From Wu Zun's first step to Wu Zun's fourth step, when they used martial skills, they used the power of origin. This was why Xiaoyang alone could repel hundreds and thousands of martial arts grandmasters from the 7 great sections. When it came to Wu Zun's fifth step, when they used martial skills, they did not use the power of their cultivation or the power of origin, but the power of origin. The power of origin was above everything and could ignore the power of cultivation and the power of origin. Whether it was cultivation or the power of origin, they had their own power of origin. Mastering the power of origin was mastering the essence. Chapter 9:12. It was precisely because Xiaoyang knew that the North Pole city Yi family had Wu Zun, a rank 5 almighty who grasped the origin, that he was anxious to break through his current cultivation. As long as he reached Wu Zun's rank 4 cultivation realm, he would be able to fight against Wu Zun's rank 5 almighty. Even if he was qualified to fight, Xiaoyang did not have the confidence to win, because it involved the level of origin. Unless Xiaoyang could step into Wu Zun's rank 5. All right, Flamingo, cultivate on your own. Bloodthirsty Iceworm, you cultivate on your own too. Xiaoyang collected his thoughts and instructed them. The 2 little pets went to cultivate on their own. In this top-notch cave, their cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort, because the spirit energy here was rich and suitable for them to cultivate. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, did not care about the spirit energy. He began to consolidate Wu Zun's rank 4 cultivation. He kept circulating the heaven-devouring poison tyrant technique and the heaven-devouring poison supreme technique, constantly consolidating his own realm, until a day later, Wu Zun's rank 4 cultivation realm was consolidated. Next, it's time to familiarize myself with the various martial skills. Xiaoyang began to comprehend the martial skills. Comprehending the same martial skill at each level would result in different gains. When you were below the martial ancestor level, the martial skills you comprehended could only be used with your cultivation. When you reached Wu Zun's level, the martial skills you comprehended would involve the laws. And when you reached Wu Zun's rank 5 level, you would understand the relationship between the origin and martial skills. When Xiaoyang comprehended martial skills now, he instantly understood the relationship between cultivation and martial skills. On the contrary, the relationship between the laws and martial skills was still unclear. To fully understand it, he still needed to step into Wu Zun's rank 5 level. The higher one stood, the further one could see. The ancients did not deceive him. After Xiaoyang consolidated his cultivation, he started to comprehend the 1,000 poisonous hands, rain of golden mountains, firmament palm, poison dragon claw, barbarian god's finger, traceless dream, greater teleportation, and other martial skills. When the power of laws was used to execute these martial skills, the power of these martial skills would increase by 100-fold. This made Xiaoyang feel somewhat at ease. Because of his powerful combat strength, he was not afraid of the upcoming challenges and battles. In his previous life, Xiaoyang was the eternal poison sovereign. Naturally, the number of martial skills he had mastered was not small. Previously, because his cultivation realm was not high enough, he had only used yellow class martial skills and profound class, low-grade martial skills. Now that he had reached the fourth order level of Wuzun, he could use even more powerful martial skills. For example, the profound grade high-grade Earth Chi Azure Dragon and the Earth grade low-grade Invincible Divine Sword Art. Xiao Yang began to immerse himself in comprehending martial skills. In his previous life, he had already grasped these martial skills, so his comprehension was naturally still there. However, now that he had just reached the fourth order level of Wuzun, he had to practice again. After half a day, Xiaoyang had more or less grasped the martial skills and began to check their power. Earth Chi Azure Dragon. As he shouted, the martial skill executed with the power of laws suddenly erupted with supreme power. An Earth Dragon suddenly drilled out of the ground, roaring as it swam around majestically. Its power was unparalleled, thousands of times stronger than the poison dragon claw. Seeing this result, Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction and put away the martial skill. Then he tested another more advanced martial skill. It was the Earth grade low-grade Invincible Divine Sword Art. Sword, come. As his voice fell, the immortal sword buzzed out, instantly turning into thousands of sword shadows. The many sword shadows created an ancient city. It was unimaginable how heaven-defying the power of this sword would be. It was several times stronger than the Earth Chi Azure Dragon. Good. Xiao Yang shouted in satisfaction, and a message appeared on his face. With these two advanced martial skills and the use of the power of laws, he was confident that he could fight against a fifth-order mighty like Wuzun. Although a fifth-order mighty like Wuzun could use the power of origin, if the other party's martial skills were not strong enough, the power displayed would be greatly weakened. This was the source of Xiao Yang's confidence. The martial skills were divided into heaven, earth, black, and yellow from high to low. Each level was divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. Heaven grade martial skills were the truly powerful martial skills, and the power of earth grade martial skills was enough to sweep the world. After mastering these martial skills, Xiao Yang began to refine the magic treasures and master them. He took out the ash wolf construction, universal mirror, and god-beating whip that he had not used for a long time and began to refine. He was now rich with all kinds of cultivation resources and refining resources. Refining to improve the power of the magic treasures was naturally not a problem. In less than an hour, he had already prepared all kinds of refining materials according to the order. Then he began to refine. Refining weapons was actually divided into grades. Low-level weapon refiners used their cultivation to refine weapons. Middle-level weapon refiners used the power of laws to refine weapons. High-level weapon refiners used the power of origin to refine weapons. Xiao Yang was now at the level of a mid-level weapon refiner. If his cultivation realm was high enough, he could step into the ranks of a high-level weapon refiner at any time. Not only did refining pills require the use of heaven fire, but even refining weapons also required the use of heaven fire. Xiao Yang directly summoned the mid-level heaven fire. The higher the level of the heaven fire, the more condensed and advanced the items refined would be. The first item to be refined was the Ash Wolf Sword. When the Poison Sect Master had forged it for Xiaoyang, the strength of the Ash Wolf Sword was comparable to a 5th or 6th order martial grandmaster. Now that Xiaoyang's strength had improved tremendously, he directly used the power of laws and mid-level heaven fire to refine it. All kinds of precious materials were thrown in, causing the grade of the Ash Wolf Sword to increase one level after another. Xiaoyang only stopped when the Ash Wolf Sword's strength reached the level of a 2nd order Wuzun. The Ash Wolf Sword could be classified as a heaven rank weapon. In the future, the Poison Sect would have another heaven rank treasure. However, in the Poison Sect where so many martial sovereigns coexisted, a single heaven grade treasure was no longer considered rare. In the Poison Sect of the past, a heaven rank treasure could bring the equivalent of a Wu Zun into the sect. Right now, the Poison Sect had the advantage in numbers. They had dozens of martial sovereigns so a single heaven-grade magic treasure was far too common. But no matter, a mosquito's leg was still meat. The more, the better. Xiaoyang then began to refine the universe mirror and the god-beating whip. These two treasures had been personally refined by the poison sect master, so their power had increased by quite a bit. In Xiaoyang's eyes, these two treasures still had many flaws. He refined and refined them one by one, replenishing his forging materials and continuously perfecting the treasures. Xiaoyang only stopped when the two treasures were upgraded to heaven rank. At Xiaoyang's level, as long as he mastered the art of forging, refining heaven rank treasures was a simple matter. "Come in," Xiaoyang called out softly. Instantly, the three treasures on the side turned into motes of light and entered Xiaoyang's body, becoming a part of him. Chapter 9:13. Xiaoyang's physical body was strong because he had devoured the heaven-level low-grade magic treasure, Captive Phoenix, and the heaven-level mid-grade magic treasure, Mountain River Map. Now he had devoured and refined 3 heaven-level magic treasures and added them to his body, directly increasing the strength of Xiaoyang's physical body by several levels. As these 3 heaven-level magic treasures entered his body, Xiaoyang felt that every cell in his body was filled with explosive power, and his whole body was filled with inexhaustible strength. Wu Zun level 4 physical body, Xiaoyang said with satisfaction. As he spoke, his body emitted cracking sounds, as if a machine was operating in his body. If I can fuse the heaven-level magic treasures in my body, it's estimated that it will be easy to advance to Wu Zun level 5 physical body. Xiaoyang deduced the possibilities. It was just that time did not allow for it, otherwise he would have really wanted to try. He had been cultivating here for several days, and he did not know how the 10 great families of the North Pole City and the other 2 mercenary corps would react. He had to come out of seclusion. Without him, the 12 sect leaders might not be able to handle it. Xiaoyang came out of seclusion and went out with the bloodthirsty iceworm and fiery bird. After arriving at the entrance of the cultivation valley, he saw the 12 sect leaders and many Wu Zun waiting here. "Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, master." Many Wu Zun shouted loudly, looking at Xiaoyang with excitement. Thank you." Xiaoyang nodded at them, then asked, "What's the movement of the other forces recently?" The mountain master replied, "There's no big news at the moment, but I heard that the 10 great families of the North Pole City will send another envoy. It's estimated that they will arrive in 2 days. We'll deal with them." The mountain master, Kaiser Blood, and the others were very confident. Now that Xiaoyang had advanced to the 4th Order Martial Honorable Realm, it gave them a lot of confidence. Naturally, they were confident that they could deal with the incoming envoy. Since there are still 2 days, you can ask me if you have any cultivation questions," Xiaoyang said calmly. Relying on his knowledge and experience as the eternal poison sovereign in his previous life, it was more than enough to guide them. His knowledge and insight were still there. Even if it was King Wu, he was confident that he could give pointers. "Let's go back to the Blood Demon restaurant." As soon as he said those words, he activated the power of the law and disappeared from where he stood. Many Wu Zun members were shocked to see Xiaoyang's actions. So it turned out that Wu Zun's Tier 4 was such an awesome existence, and they all yearned for it. This was especially true for the Great Senior Lord, Second Senior Lord, Third Senior Lord, Sun Senior Lord, Moon Senior Lord, and Star Senior Lord. After receiving guidance from Xiaoyang, they had entered secluded cultivation and reached the 2nd stage of Wu Zun. Although they couldn't compare with the Mountain Master, Kaiser Blood, and the other sect masters, they were very satisfied with their cultivation speed. As long as they received Xiaoyang's guidance, their cultivation speed would definitely increase day by day. They all excitedly returned to the Blood Demon restaurant. In the Blood Demon restaurant, there were more than 1,000 people who had come to listen to the lecture. The restaurant was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Xiaoyang didn't chase them away. He also hoped that more people would be able to step onto the path of cultivation and that they would be able to grow smoothly. After half a day of the cultivation lecture, dozens of martial ancestor realm cultivators broke through on the spot. Xiaoyang's cultivation lessons were all simple and in-depth so that everyone present could understand. If a martial revered listened, then a martial revered would gain something. If a martial great lord listened, then a martial great lord would gain something. Even a martial master and martial disciple would gain something from listening. This was the true one-note speech. Everyone had gained something. Even after Xiaoyang left, they were still immersed in their comprehension. In a small courtyard, Xiaoyang had already arrived. This was his temporary home. His parents, Xiao Wangu and Lan Xingming, were both living here. Previously, when Xiao Wangu, Lan Xingming, and the others had arrived, he didn't have much time to accompany them. Now that he had come out of seclusion, he naturally had to accompany his parents. After returning to the small courtyard, the first thing he did was to greet his parents. This made Xiao Wangu and Lan Xingming extremely happy. They let Xiaoyang eat here while Lan Xingming personally cooked. The family of three was happy and harmonious, enjoying the joy of a family reunion. "My son, I haven't seen Xiaoman in a long time. After you're done with your work, you have to find Xiaoman and bring her back." Xiao Wangu thought of Xiaoman. Back in Donglin town, when they were living in poverty, Xiaoman had always been by their side. Now that they had something to look forward to, Xiaoman was no longer by their side. This made Xiao Wangu feel somewhat regretful. "Don't worry, father. I've always remembered Xiaoman. She's in the Songmin territory. I will definitely bring her back." Xiaoyang said firmly. He also missed Xiaoman very much. Unfortunately, his cultivation wasn't enough to shatter the void and leave. Halfway through the meal, Lan Jiaoya, Gu Qianqian, and Long Nu came to find him. "Auntie, uncle!" Lan Jiaoya shouted happily. She happily jumped over and sat down, picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Gu Qianqian was more reserved. She elegantly greeted the two elders. After being invited by the two elders, she also sat down and started eating. Long Nu wasn't so lucky. Ever since she started following Xiaoyang, she thought of herself as Xiaoyang's maid. That was how she got the opportunity to follow Xiaoyang. Now that she was facing the two elders, she immediately played the role of a maid. She said, "Master, madam." Then she respectfully stood to the side and poured tea and wine for Xiao Wangu and Lan Xingming. Xiao Wangu and Lan Xingming praised her and didn't say anything else. As for Xiaoyang's matter of finding a maid, they didn't want to interfere too much. Xiaoyang could only explain, "This is the granddaughter of the beast sovereign Long Nu." So she was Wu Zun's granddaughter. Moreover, she was from the beast clan. This was incredible. Xiao Wangu and Lan Xingming were a little shocked. The beast clan and the human clan had always minded their own business. This beast sovereign actually dared to give his granddaughter to Xiaoyang. It could be seen how much trust he had in Xiaoyang. This could also be an opportunity to improve the relationship between the human clan and the beast clan. What they didn't know was that Xiaoyang had already subdued the beast sovereign. The beast sovereign's soul blood was in Xiaoyang's hands. The beast sovereign purposely left Long Nu with Xiaoyang to gather more information about Xiaoyang. For example, Xiaoyang had dominated the North Pole town and had dozens of Wu Zun second and third order powerhouses under his command. The beast sovereign knew all of this information. Xiaoyang naturally knew about this, but he didn't mind. After finishing his meal, Xiaoyang had to return to the Blood Demon restaurant. Now that he had unified the North Pole town, all kinds of important matters would be reported to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't have much free time left for Xiaoyang. This was especially true for the conflict between the 12 religious leaders. Although they were all loyal to Xiaoyang, they were secretly competing with each other. Only Xiaoyang could intimidate them. Chapter 9:14. Not to mention the conflict caused by the poison sect's arrival. That was a conflict between locals and outsiders, so Xiaoyang had to be careful in dealing with it. Otherwise, his boat could easily capsize. As soon as Xiaoyang returned to the Blood Demon Tavern, someone came to see him. It was Kaiser Blood, Mountain Lord, revered son, and great Exalt. They wouldn't have come to see Xiaoyang if there wasn't anything important. They all knew that Xiaoyang had a lot of things to do. Xiaoyang immediately received them as soon as he sensed their arrival. Since even the venerable ones had come together, it was obvious that something important had happened. "Greetings, Master." The Mountain Lord, Kaiser Blood, revered son, and great Exalt hurriedly bowed to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang nodded and looked at them calmly. "What happened?" The Mountain Lord hesitated, then reported, "A new envoy from North Pole cities, Yi clan, has arrived in North Pole town. Yang Lord, Qing Lord, and the others came to greet them, but it seems there's been some discord. Yang Lord and Qing Lord have been injured and are currently downstairs." "What?" Xiaoyang furrowed his brows and looked displeased. This North Pole city's Yi clan was too arrogant. They dared to come to his territory and beat up his subordinates. They didn't put him in their eyes at all. However, from this, it could be seen that the envoys sent by the Yi clan were definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, how could they have injured Lord Yang and Lord Qing? Ever since Yang Lord and Qing Lord received Xiaoyang's pointers, they had successfully broken through to the third rank of Wuzun. It seemed they didn't come with good intentions. The Mountain Lord, Kaiser Blood, revered Fire, revered Sun, and great Exalt could see the Yi clan's hostility, so they didn't dare act rashly. Instead, they came to ask Xiaoyang for advice. If the other party could injure a third-rank expert like Wu Zun, it was clear that they weren't simple. If Xiaoyang didn't act, no one present was confident in persuading the Yi clan to retreat. How are Yang Lord and Qing Lord's injuries?" Xiaoyang asked calmly. Thanks to His Majesty's concern for them, they were only slightly injured. Presumably, the Yi family did not want to make things unpleasant with the Arctic town. They were just teaching them a lesson. The Mountain Master frowned and deduced, "Let's go down and take a look at their injuries." Xiaoyang got up and walked downstairs. When he arrived downstairs, he saw Lord Yang and Lord Qing with bruises all over their faces. When they saw Xiaoyang, they quickly lowered their heads, feeling very embarrassed. They awkwardly bowed to Xiaoyang and said, "My lord, we've embarrassed you." Originally, the task of receiving the emissary could have been assigned to someone else, but in order to gain merit and perform well, they snatched this task. Now that they were injured by the emissary of the Yi clan, the mission was a complete failure, and they had lost all face. They were naturally afraid that Xiaoyang would blame them. Xiaoyang glanced at them. Seeing that they only had superficial wounds, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I don't blame you. You should recuperate well. I'll go meet the Yi clan emissary alone. You guys wait here for news." After Xiaoyang confirmed that Lord Yang and Lord Qing's lives were not in danger, he instructed everyone, "My lord, let us go with you." Lord Ri, Great Lord, Mountain Master, and the others hurriedly shouted. The Yi clan emissary was so strong. If His Majesty went alone, it would definitely be dangerous. If they went with him, they could share the risk and not let Xiaoyang bear it alone. Xiaoyang said sternly, "Just listen to my orders." Thus Lord Ri, Great Lord, Mountain Master, Fire Lord, and the others did not dare to say anything. They also knew what Xiaoyang meant. If they needed to use all the strength of the Arctic town to deal with a mere emissary, then this Arctic town was too weak. This would cause the Yi clan to look down on them. Maybe the Yi clan would pressure them or launch an attack to occupy the Arctic town. They watched as Xiaoyang left alone. Mountain Xian. Xiaoyang went to the banquet alone. He came here alone to meet the Yi clan emissary. Even before entering, he could sense several powerful auras emanating from the Mountain Xian. The people standing at the door were from the Yi clan. They had already collected information about the Arctic town and Xiaoyang. So, when Xiaoyang arrived, they recognized him at first glance. Lord Xiao, you're finally here. Our young master has been waiting for you for a long time. The two servants of the Yi clan standing at the entrance of the inn shouted. Then they made an inviting gesture and said, "Please." They took the lead. After going up to the second floor, they walked to one of the tables. On that table, there was a stupid young man acting cool. Yes, you didn't see wrong. This Chinibi young master, in order to act cool, actually moved the chair to the table and then sat on it. It was as if this could show that he was superior. "Young master, he's here." The two Yi clan servants informed and then hurriedly retreated to the side, making space for the young master of the Yi clan to show off his invincible might. It had to be said that the intermediate stage was indeed several levels higher than the lower stage, whether it was the environment, the spiritual energy, or the strength of the cultivator. This young master of the Yi clan was probably the same age as Xiaoyang, but his cultivation had already reached the third stage of Wuzun. No wonder this young master of the Yi clan dared to come to the Arctic town in person. Not to mention that Xiaoyang's cultivation progress was faster than his, so the young master of the Yi clan's cultivation speed in the intermediate stage was not that amazing. One had to know that Xiaoyang had lived 2 lives. Moreover, in his previous life he had reached the peak of the cultivation world and became a powerful existence at the top. It was because of this convenience, coupled with his poisonous physique, that he was able to progress so quickly. Look at the other geniuses in the lower stage. Those who could reach the level of Wuzun could be counted on one hand, let alone the third stage of Wuzun. Therefore, the cultivation speed of the intermediate stage was indeed incomparable to that of the lower stage. In Xiaoyang's opinion, this young master of the Yi family didn't have much talent for cultivation. The only reason he could cultivate so quickly was because he was in the middle stream area, an environment rich in natural spirit energy, and his family's cultivation resources were tilted towards him. Xiaoyang became more and more determined to bring people from the lower stage to the intermediate stage. Only in a better environment could their achievements be multiplied and expanded. "You're the leader of the Arctic town?" Xiaoyang. The young master of the Yi clan, who was sitting on the chair, glanced at Xiaoyang, the corners of his mouth curled up, and asked lightly. To be honest, when he first saw Xiaoyang, he despised him and did not put Xiaoyang in his eyes at all. This was because Xiaoyang was very young, just as young as him. Among those of the same age, the young master of the Yi clan was almost the strongest among the top, which meant that he was the strongest among his peers. In the Yi clan of the Arctic town, it was not like he had not challenged anyone before. Who knew how many geniuses had been defeated by his hands? It was precisely because he had grown up so smoothly that he had long since developed an arrogant and domineering personality.